pause, put the controller down. It's time to talk about the gaming industry. My name is TJ Leo.
And I'm Andrew. And in our current frame setup, you look like you were leaning right out of the shot, but it's going to be wide when we put it in the video. So.
Oh, it's wide for me.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, for me, it's portrait mode.
Oh, that is so weird.
Yeah.
Riverside's strange, man.
Yeah.
It is. And every so often, actually, you know what? I just noticed this. Whenever I record with Cull for Wrestling Renaissance, the background, so you know how it's blue right now for us, right?
Yeah.
The background for ours, for some reason, even though it's not something we pay for, is the frame setup.
Weird.
Yeah, because I imported it at one point to do it for editing, and now suddenly it's showing up as like a background.
Okay.
I go into the settings and it's set to custom, but we don't have access to custom.
Okay.
I can't change it. I can't tweak it or anything. It's just there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why is it there? Very
Whatever.
strange. Yeah. Glitches galore, which I feel like is something we're going to talk a lot about on this show.
Oh boy, are we.
Well, this is Press Pause Gaming Podcast, episode 23. How are you, my friend?
Tired, as you were saying before I interrupted you.
You definitely sound exhausted.
I sound more tired than usual. There's a reason for that.
I don't know. You usually seem to have more energy than me. I will say that. Last week we were both tired. This week, I'm tired, but not in like a sleepy way. I'm tired of just looking outside at the gray skies and the rain and the dampness, and I'm just annoyed with that. You sound physically exhausted.
Yeah, a little bit.
Why is that? Is it you just staying up too late playing a certain game?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, how did I guess? How did I guess?
Just a little bit.
All right. Well, before we get to that, as a reminder, as always, we are on Spotify in an audio-only version. If you do not want to watch us, or I guess watch me, technically speaking, which I don't blame you. I'm not the most sexy individual in the world.
Yeah, neither am I. If you want to see that, you check out our extra video on gaming magazines. My doughy ass.
Your doughy ass.
I used to be the skinny kid, man. Don't look.
We both were super skinny.
Kids don't drink. if you want to, is
that what causes it?
Yeah, that's what caused it for me. Because I started drinking, and I drank as like a regular thing, at least for like 2 years, and then I said, "Oh God,
what's happening?"
Yeah,
I hear you. Yeah, no, I stopped drinking. I didn't really ever drink on like a regular basis. I just socially drank for like 2 years, and then I was like, this is not me. this is not a Trevor thing.
I love drinking, but the thing is I drank almost every day. I didn't drink a lot, but I did it regularly. Like
a beer every day kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, not a beer. I'm not a beer guy. I'm a vodka guy, but
that's worse. That's sugar heaven.
Yeah.
If you're getting like Mike's Hard Lemonade or
stuff like
Smirnoff.
Yeah, Smirnoff is one of my vices.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor, though. I would take a sponsorship from them, especially if they offered it to me in free vodka.
As long as it's not gaming related, we will take a sponsorship. I think is a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was a vodka guy too. I used to have all kinds of vodka mixed drinks, but eventually, once I stopped drinking, I turned into a gin and tonic guy.
Oh yeah.
Sort of a gin and tonic at dinner kind of a person.
Sure.
Which is still rare for me. I maybe have 2 a year. Like I said, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'll have a drink. You know, it's a once in a blue moon kind of thing, which isn't a bad thing because it saves me money.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about alcohol is that it keeps basically forever. So
you
can just buy it once, and you don't have to be like, oh man, I gotta finish this before it goes bad. It's like I could leave this for weeks and not touch it, and it'll be fine. It'll be better when I go back to it.
It'll be better. Yeah.
The aged alcohol is considered better. They charge out the ass for that stuff.
It's true. Yeah, I'm not a wine guy either.
No, me neither.
Yeah. I don't know how anyone's a wine person.
It's like too. It's like sour, but it's sour in a way that I don't like.
Yeah, no. It's like vinegar, grape.
Well, if you leave wine long enough, it can turn to vinegar. So
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not an alcohol guy in general. I tried an old fashioned one time because I saw someone recommend it, and oof, no, that's terrible. That's awful.
Yeah, I usually go. My rule is I have one or two hard drinks and then no more for the night. Because it's the little ones that sneak up on you because you think, oh, it's not, this is just like a vodka cooler. It's only like 5% alcohol, and then you're like 5 in. Yeah, and it's like, oh man, what's going on?
Yeah. Why is the room spinning?
Yeah.
Welcome to Press Pause, a vodka podcast.
Yeah. A vodcast.
A vodcast. Oh.
Somebody should do some mixologist should do that. That's a thing. Bartending podcast, the vodcast.
It's got to
exist. It's got to exist. There's no way that's the first time anyone's ever thought of that.
Man, speaking of naming things, coming up with names for our podcasts. Hell on earth, man. My God. Oh, that's so brilliant. Oh, it's taken.
Yeah, well, that's
8 times in a row. I'm like, fuck.
Well, and that's the thing is Press Pause is also not exclusive to us. I've searched it before, and I've seen like music podcasts with the same name, which makes total sense, which I assume is why you stuck the A Gaming podcast in there to specify this is a video game podcast. This isn't about music or some other thing where the term pause has application. Yeah.
Yep, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly why I did that. Because it was the first name that I had come up with that I couldn't find a gaming podcast that was linked to it. I think I may have found one that was like defunct and it was like dead 6 years ago or something like that.
I believe there is one. I think I've seen that while looking up our own videos.
Yeah. But there wasn't a current one that I could find. Right. So I was like, that's it. I'm taking it. And because I saw so many other, podcasts related to it, there was one about like mental health called Press Pause.
Oh, I think I've seen that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know. I assume it means to like press pause on your life.
Yeah.
Take a step back.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Maybe we could get a Press Pause podcast network of entirely built up of shows with the name Press Pause.
I should reach out to all of them. Yeah,
on different subjects.
Yeah. I'll reach out to them. We'll make a network out of it. Share our audiences. I like it.
I kind of wondered why you didn't call this podcast Round 4.
I had actually. So when we first started this, you weren't here. It was me and Bailstorm. Mm-hmm. There was a third party before Cull, I want to say. I don't remember who it is though. But we were going to use podcast Round 3. We were going to just resurrect the name because there was 3 of us, and then something changed. I don't know. I think the third guy dropped out, so it was just me and Bailstorm. And so I was like, that doesn't really, I don't like it anymore. So then that's when we brainstormed the Press Pause idea.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Call came on very shortly after that. So we could have gone with it, but it didn't make any sense at the time.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Now that I think about it, no. Round 3 was going to be the name of the channel.
Oh, okay.
Not the show. I don't think we had come up with a name yet for the show. It was Co-op Entertainment was was the replacement for round 3. It was like round 3 entertainment, I think we were going with originally. But anyway, drowning on. Yeah. Interesting behind the scenes stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, let's get into what we've been playing. I'm gonna start off just because I know you're gonna have a lot to say about yours.
Yeah, that's a good decision.
I don't have a whole lot to say about mine, so I'm gonna just kind of get it out there. Kind of randomly, a game trial for Black Myth Wukong dropped, which, for those that don't know, is the action adventure. People were saying it's a Souls-like. It's not really a Souls-like, by the Chinese developer Game Science, I think is their name.
Yeah.
Where you play as the monkey. Very Souls-like combat. The Journey to the West sort of ode. And I remember hearing a lot of good stuff about that game, and it sold crazy numbers and was super high concurrent player count on Steam and all this stuff. So I was like, I'll try it. I'm not. It never really like interested me after a certain amount of time. Like when it first debuted, I was like, holy shit, this game looks gorgeous. But then because of how long it took to come out, by the time it came out, I was like, yeah, this looks good, but games have surpassed it. It's because it's taken so long. But yeah, I played it, and I'll be frank, I don't understand the hype. It's jank visually. You know how like you play a AA game and you're like, I can tell this is a AA game visually.
Yeah, they don't have like Activision money.
Yeah, there's just like a fuzz to the visuals.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's how games used to look before companies started pumping 100 million plus budgets into everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the lighting's just not there. It kind of just looks flat in general, which is kind of weird because of how visually amazing it looked initially. So yeah, it's very janky, and the combat. Again, I'll be frank, I hated the combat. It's one of those games where you seem to get stuck into really long animations in the combat. So like he's doing these things. I don't know if you've seen combat footage of the game, but like he's got this,
not a whole lot.
He's basically got like a quarterstaff, and he's hopping on it and like pole vaulting and all this kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah. Because that's a thing from Journey to the West, is he has the magic staff.
Yeah, and it looks really cool, but when you're mashing the attack button and then it does combos when you mash it, right? But like there's a certain point in the combo of which he does the pole vault thing, and it's a really long animation, and then that's usually when the enemy's like, "Oh, okay, I'm going to attack you now," and you're like, "Fuck, I'm going to get hit." It doesn't feel flowy. It doesn't feel snappy.
It's more about the visual spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you played it enough, there's probably a dance that you get used to where you're like, okay, now's the time to do the combo, and like, but it's just, it didn't feel good to me.
That's how I feel about the Devil May Cry games. It's like I see footage of people playing them, and they look incredible, and I play it, and I'm just like kind of flailing around. Which is unfortunate, because I'd really like to get into those games, but every time I play them, it's like I'd rather just watch somebody who knows what they're doing play them, because that's way more enjoyable to me than actually playing it.
Yeah, I totally get that. You know what's funny about that is that the only Devil May Cry game I've actually got into is the one everyone hates.
Oh yeah,
DMC.
Yeah,
I love that game. It's so good.
People, a big part of the problem with that game is that it was only 30 FPS in its original version.
Oh, I don't remember that, but
yeah. They came out with a remastered version that runs at 60, and people had a much kinder impression of it. I mean, they still don't like the changes to the character design and the character writing and all that stuff, but like their complaints about the gameplay are largely gone once that game runs at a smooth frame rate.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have much more to say about Black Myth Wukong, other than I didn't enjoy it, and I'm glad I didn't buy it. It's no
Okay.
longer on my wish list, so yeah, I
Well,
don't know.
better to find out now than later, after you've already bought it.
Yeah, I can't. That's why I'm so appreciative when these games get demos and game trials. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
just let me play it. Again, we've talked about this before, but if I had a gaming PC, I'd buy all my games on Steam because then I would be able
Mm-hmm.
to return it if I didn't like it.
Yeah.
With because they give you like a 2 hour window, I think, or a one
You
hour
could
window.
you have a 2 week window from when you've purchased it, or a
Mm-hmm.
2 hours of gameplay window.
Yeah, but that's plenty for me. I know within 20 minutes whether I'm going
Yeah.
to enjoy a game or not. So, yeah, I wish PlayStation had that
Yeah.
really, really badly. But let's get into
What I've been playing.
the big game of the week.
Okay, so before we do that, I did do 2 other things.
Okay,
I finished Chrono Trigger,
nice.
um, which I don't have much to say about that. It's Chrono Trigger. Everybody's played Chrono Trigger. Everybody's
Mm-hmm.
beaten Chrono Trigger. You all know how it goes. Um, the game was a lot easier than I remember it being, and I remember it
Yeah,
being pretty easy.
yeah. No,
Um,
it is a little easy. I agree.
but I gotta say, something that I really appreciate that game that I hadn't thought about as much back in the day was those sprites look really close to the concept art,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
you're
not a thing you
gorgeous.
can say for a lot of games of that era.
Mm-hmm.
They really nailed it.
Yep.
They didn't over design the characters to the point that there's no possible way you could represent them. But they also, they made the characters a little bit bigger and allowed them to be a little more detailed than in most other, games of that time. So it looks great. The
Mm-hmm.
animation's great. It looks great. It looks awesome.
Yeah, one of the best
And
games of all time.
people, I bring this up because in the wake of the launch of Dragon Quest III's HD 2D remake, the people have been like, "Oh, you should remake this game, that game, all these games with in that style." And I'm like, "No, you don't really need to do that with Chrono Trigger." Like
No.
if you, I've said this before that I think if you were gonna remake Chrono Trigger, you should do it with the Dragon Ball Fighter style full 3D cell shaded graphics,
Mm-hmm.
because doing it like the sort of the pop up book kind of look that those HD 2D games have,
Yeah.
it's like that's just going halfway. Go all the way, or don't
Yeah.
don't bother at all. You know.
Yeah. The only other way I would want to see Chrono Trigger remastered would be if they introduced like one of those cool lighting systems that they do in some 2D games, where there's
Oh
like
yeah,
actual lighting in the 2D game. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah,
That
yeah,
it's
yeah,
just the
yeah.
same style visually, but add some cool lighting in there, and that would be pretty
That could
nifty.
be that could be
Make the
neat. I've
torches light up and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've
The,
seen that stuff.
Luminaire with lighting, like that would look
Oh
sick.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, with like shadows being cast from the characters as the spell goes
Yeah.
off. Yeah,
Oh,
I can see what you're talking about. That'd be
that'd be
pretty cool.
sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um. The other then so I beat that, and then I was like, okay, well I got a few days before Stalker 2 comes out, and I put Wild Arms on my phone, so I said I'll try Wild Arms. Boy, did that not go well.
Oh,
I got into one battle and I said this game is not for me.
that
Uh, the
happens.
the battle system was really really slow, and it was like
Mm.
this is the first enemy I fought in the game. If this
Mm.
is how long it, because that's going to be like one of the fastest fights in the game, because even at your starting level, those early game enemies go down in like 2 hits.
Mm.
But it took so long to get stuff done, just because all the character animation they want to do, it was just really slow, and I was like, okay, this is not this is going to drive me insane. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I bounced off of it. um I don't know, maybe I'll try Wild Arms 2 and see if that's any quicker. um but the main thing I've been playing, of course, is Stalker 2. I'll skip what happened on launch day. Steam fucked me, and I
Yeah,
basically
yeah,
had
yeah.
to download the game twice.
Ooh, yeah, that
Um,
sucks.
and but it doesn't matter. I've got it now. I've been playing it a lot, and
Disclaimer, actually, before you continue, I did play it as well.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I played the Xbox version. I'm assuming you're on PC.
Yeah.
I played. I'm assuming I played the prologue, but I don't know. I don't know if it's over.
Well, how far did you get?
So I stopped when daytime hit finally.
Okay. So
and there was like those like anomalies surrounding you, and this dude's up on the hill and waves to you.
Yeah, that's the end of the prologue.
Yeah. So that's where I stopped. I was like, okay. I used the bolt. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay, I get the concept, cool. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, okay, I think I get free reign now, so I'm gonna stop.
Well, you don't quite get free reign. You get free reign of that region of the zone.
Yeah.
But then you have to progress the story to unlock the next region of the zone, which I have done.
Gotcha.
And that's where I am currently.
Gotcha.
So now you've never played any of those games before, have you? No.
I have no fucking idea what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely did not make this game with the intention of bringing on a new audience, I feel like. Because I have no clue what's happening, unless that's on purpose.
Well, that remains to be seen. Because I don't know where the story is going yet.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, what you have seen so far is fairly reflective of the previous games. Not so much in the cinematic moments, where your character is like hiding, because there's that sniper ambush, and he's like hiding, and he pulls the dead body in through the window and stuff. That kind of stuff did not happen in the original games. I don't think they had as an elaborate of an animation scripting system in their old engine.
Yeah. Well, it's a very old game too at this point.
Yeah.
It's like what, 14 years old?
Something like that. It's more than that. The first one came out in like 2007.
Yeah.
Yeah.
17, 18.
Yeah. And it's a smaller. Those are smaller games from a smaller studio. These guys got like Microsoft money for this, I think, because the scope of this one is already bigger, but it's the same sort of idea. You're going around. There's anomalies. There's missions to do. It's it's your open world
first person shooter,
FPS RPG kind of thing. Man, I've been having a good time, but I've had to take a lot of breaks from it to just like unclench, because as you've seen, the world in that game is very oppressive.
Yeah.
Now you've played the Fallout games, so you have some idea of how this goes. There are radioactive areas that will damage you if you go into them.
Encountered
but the anomalies, the anomalies are a new thing for you.
Yeah.
And those are not just things you encounter off the beaten path. There quite literally is an anomaly in the middle of the road on the way back to the hub town. So when you go to the hub town after like doing a mission, and it's like, oh, I gotta sell all my loot, turn in, the job and get the reward. You can't just you can't just switch off and head back there on autopilot.
You have to pay attention.
You have to pay attention so you don't wander into one of these things. And there's no fast travel in this game. At least not from. Well, there is, but it doesn't come from the map. The way that fast travel works in this game is you hire a guide to take you through a safe route. So it comes at a cost, and that's your fast travel system.
That's okay.
Yeah. It's kind of like Morrowind, where you had to pay the Mages Guild to teleport you to another Mages Guild location, that kind of thing.
It's also kind of like, I don't know, you've probably never played it, but it's Medieval Dynasty. There are caravans.
Okay, sure.
Like horse and buggies, basically, in certain areas, and you hire them, and they take you for
Red Dead Redemption does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So you have to be on guard the whole time.
Yeah, I felt that in the prologue. I was like,
and that is exhausting mentally.
Yeah.
So I've had to take breaks from it just to just for like an hour, and then I jump back in for another 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
But
you're enjoying it.
I've been having so much fun. It's just like going back. They just picked up right where they left off, in all the right ways, and in some slightly not so great ways. There's some bugs, which is par for the course for these games. They also have a tremendous excuse, which is that they had to evacuate their home country because it is now a war zone.
Yeah, the freaking comments I've seen, I'm like, are you people stupid?
Yeah, like
they made this game in the middle of a war zone and had to pack up and leave. Like, and they lost like 40% of their team. These people are stupid.
Yeah, like the fact that this game was only delayed by as much as it was when they got going on it again is honestly kind of incredible.
Have you watched the documentary yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, yeah, you got to watch it.
Yeah,
you're not going to get anything spoiled. You can watch it.
Yeah. But the bugs. So I haven't had any crashes yet. Which my experience with the other games, they didn't tend to crash that often, but they would occasionally crash for very specific reasons that were really easy to reproduce, and I had to avoid doing those things. Like, I remember throwing a grenade in a tunnel in a particular region in a game would crash it like 100% of the time.
Huh. I haven't heard of anyone encountering crashes. It's more of triggers that are not triggering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, like a person won't talk to you, or stuff like that, where it's like, oh shit, the game didn't remember to trigger this reaction because I did something. That kind of stuff.
Yeah. I did end up stuck in a wall once coming out of a cinematic, which was kind of annoying. But I just reload.
Yeah.
The thing that I've mentioned on BlueSky that was the biggest issue for me by far is that the skip dialogue option doesn't always work. Like, they show you a button that says, press this. In my case, it's spacebar. I don't remember what it is by default, but I rebound my controls. And sometimes it works. For some dialogue, it works. But for most dialogue, it doesn't. And that's really annoying, especially if you accidentally select a question that you've already asked before and you have to go through that, those 3 sentences again. And it's like, it's only 3 sentences, man, but like, I gotta listen to it again. Come on.
I haven't had that issue on the Xbox side. Not yet. Anyway.
Okay. There's some weirdness with control rebinds. So
another PC issue.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a way that they've designed the game. So let me give you an example. When you climb a ladder in a game, like in a first-person shooter, or any game really, it's usually the same button that moves you forward.
Yes.
And usually that is because internally, climb ladder is automatically bound to whatever button is move forward.
Gotcha.
In this game, it does not appear to be the case. Climb ladder is permanently bound to the W key. So if you move the walk forward to any other input, you still have to push the W key to climb up the ladder. And that's not a thing that you can change in the rebinds.
Oh, that's weird.
It is very strange. I have no idea why they did it that way.
That is very strange.
Yeah.
Not an issue on Xbox, obviously, because you're using a joystick.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Also, you have to. So there's a radial menu that you can bring up to change weapons and to like turn on your flashlight or bring out your anomaly detector, which on the console version is a great way of solving the problem. The only thing is, there's no other way to do that on the PC version. So if you want to turn on your flashlight, you have to go through the radial, even though I've got all of these unused keys that I should just be able to hit.
Really?
F for flashlight, like every other shooter, including the previous Stalker games, just let you hit the F key. to turn on the flashlight?
They don't let you just. They don't have a binded key for that?
Nope. You have to bring up the radial and then hit the button for the flashlight while the radial is up.
I hate to piss you off even more, but there is a dedicated flashlight button on the controller on Xbox.
Fuck? How?
Yeah,
what it's hell?
It's R1.
Oh my god!
It is in the radio menu. I noticed that, and I was like, "Well, wait, I can just click on R1." Unless R1 is like a multi
maybe
used button, but so far I've only been able to use it to turn on and off my flashlight. So.
Oh my god! I might have to plug in my controller and see if it works. Like if it just suddenly works perfectly with the controller plugged in. That's bizarre.
Yeah. The I have a lot of thoughts, so I'll save them and react as you go. But yeah, I have other issues with it.
Yeah. Let's see. The oh man, there's so much to talk about. What do I want to start with?
Visually, it's pretty. I'll say.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's one of those games that kind of hovers between looking like out of this world and also kind of sometimes not so great in some places.
Yeah, there's definitely pieces that look older for whatever reason. Like the foliage looks terrible to me.
Well, the foliage, it kind of depends. That's the thing. The foliage kind of depends. Some of the foliage looks really nice and like actually bends out of your way when you walk into it.
Oh, that might be a PC then. Xbox, is that? Yeah, Xbox is just all 2D.
Oh, really?
Like foliage that doesn't seem to react to you. There might be I've only done the prologue, so maybe in the full zone they've put more effort into the foliage, but they're just 2D. I walk through them type things.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at least maybe if I like turn down the graphic settings, it'll turn them into billboards. There's a lot of like 3D plants. Like there's like sunflowers. They're kind of diseased and wilted looking, but they're there. And when you walk into them, they bend off to the side as you pass through them.
Yeah. I'm spoiled in regards to foliage because I play like Horizon and Ghost of Tsushima, like, where the foliage is just insane. So it's hard to compare that, but reflections are nice.
Reflections are nice. The lighting in general is really nice.
I will say the prologue was very dark.
Well, yeah, it takes place at night.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, but like I can't see like 5 to 10 feet in front of me. Like
that's part of the experience.
That's just what they mean to do at night? So does the game like encourage you not to go out at night? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, kind of.
Like you don't want to be out. Can you sleep in the game where you like fast forward time?
Yes, there are beds that you can find in settlements and sleep in them.
Okay, yeah.
There wasn't in the first game. Ooh. There wasn't.
Ooh, that'd be brutal.
Although I will say, nighttime in the original game was just it was like movie nighttime where they just put a blue filter over the camera, and everything is dark, but not really dark. It's just everything's tinted.
It looks like nighttime, but without blinding you to everything.
It looks like nighttime, but you can see pretty well. Not as well as you can in the day, but you can see pretty well. They changed that. Yeah, they changed that in later games because I think people complained that what's the point of having night if it's not dark and scary?
Yeah,
in this game that has like dark and scary underground areas. But so in later games they fixed that, and in this game they've also fixed that.
He needs a better flashlight.
Yeah,
I'm like, holy shit, can't see.
Dude, the flashlight in this game is so much better than it was in the other ones.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Yeah. The flashlight in this game doesn't appear to actually physically exist on your character. It just kind of seems to be projected from the camera.
Yeah, I think there's like a little image of it. I think it's one of those like wearable
maybe
things.
But the thing was maybe. The thing is, in the original games, it was very specifically a headlamp, and if you got too close to a wall or an object that occluded it, it would block the light beam.
So that's cool.
You would just have this, you walk past like a piece of fallen wall that's sticking up, and just suddenly everything in front of you goes dark.
That's funny.
Yeah, I kind of prefer it where they keep it a little bit less realistic so that you can actually see what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
But it does not have a very distant throw. You get 10 to 15 feet of view, and that's just how it's always been.
I will not be going out at night.
You'll get night vision goggles.
Well, okay.
Right. Yeah, those come later on in the game. I'm sure that they will, because they do in all of the previous ones.
Good. Yeah, I need those.
Yeah, they're very helpful.
Yeah.
Especially when you get to the underground areas where it's not just like, oh, you have moonlight and nothing else. It's like, no, if your flashlight is off, the screen is solid black.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
It is true darkness.
Oh yeah, you can't see shit.
Yeah. Lighting is really, really nice. I love the way the light spills in through the doorways. You don't get a lot of the light clipping through structures in this game.
No.
I don't know if that's Lumen or if that's some lighting system that they've built.
Is it UE5 they're using?
Yes.
Oh shit. Yeah. Well, man, I can't wait to see more games in UE5 because damn.
I'm pretty sure it's Unreal Engine 5. It is.
Yeah,
Unreal.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Let me just check real quick.
I'm 90% sure I remember them saying they moved it from 4 to 5 at some point in development.
Yeah, it is Unreal 5.
Yeah.
So
the lighting's
it might
amazing.
very well be Lumen.
Yeah.
It looks really good. They do the thing where you go indoors and your eyes adjust to the indoors.
I love that.
Yeah, that effect is always really nice. Yeah. And then the outside looks super bright. And then you go outside and it starts to come back into, a more balanced dynamic range. And then all the interiors look super dark. I love that shit. And this game does it really, really well. Yep. God, it looks so good most of the time. And then you'll find a character whose face model is a little weird.
The people don't look great in general, I find. They're like, they're fine.
But also, the facial motion capture is also really good.
Yeah, the guy at the very beginning in the truck with the truck and everything, that would look really good.
Yeah, all the mouth movement looks really believable, which in sometimes in these games it doesn't, but it all syncs up to the dialogue really, really well. It looks really believable, but then you're like, this is a detailed character model, but it doesn't quite look like a real person.
Yeah, it's definitely got an odd style to it.
It makes me think of how there's that software where you can take a few photos of a person's face and then it extrapolates the shape of their face from it.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me think that maybe it was a process like that instead of a laser scanning a person's face to get a depth map of it.
So, spoilers for the documentary.
Oh, is that exactly what they do?
Well, they had to leave their office behind,
right?
Which meant that they couldn't bring their motion capture equipment with them, and a whole bunch of other stuff that had to remain at the studio. So they had to figure out ways of replacing those without, buying all new technology to replace it. So. Yeah, they don't go into detail about how they did it in the documentary, but they definitely had to cut corners in order to.
Yeah, well, that's understandable, and honestly, the facial animations and design are still leagues above the previous games.
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of the time they get around it by having characters just wear gas masks and balaclavas and stuff, which makes sense. Enemy AI is pretty good. It's always been pretty good in these games. They sometimes oscillate between really smart and really dumb, but for the most part, they're pretty smart. I've had situations where people have snuck up on me really, really well, where I'm like, fuck, shit, there's a guy behind me. How did he get there? And it's not like, oh, the guy spawned behind me, because I can see
he snuck.
Yeah, I can see the little pips on the compass, and I know how many guys there are there. but I just lost track of one of them because he got around me. That's happened multiple times, and it's happened in the previous games as well. So they've kept that up.
I can comment on that a little bit with not having much combat, because I just dived on the prologue.
Yeah.
I did find the AI on the humans to be, as you said, pretty damn smart.
Yeah.
I remember when I encountered there's two that you encounter pretty early on in the dark, and they spotted my flashlight.
Yeah.
And they called it out, and they were like, "Hey," they said something. I couldn't make out what they said, but I saw his flashlight point towards me, and then he turned it off, and then he hid.
Yep.
And I could hear someone else hiding off to the right, and I'm like, okay, so I know there's at least two of them, but it's so dark. I'm like, where the fuck are they? And then, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool that they know to do that.
Yep, and that's always been a thing in the games is if you're trying to sneak around, turn off your fucking flashlight. Yep. Though they haven't turned off their flashlights before. That's a new thing.
That's very cool.
That used to be the way that you would fight in the dark, because you would look for the flashlight beams and shoot at them. Now they turn them off. Yes. So
smart.
And
very cool.
It's harder to spot them. They also the games used to give you a mini map and would put like a red spot where an enemy was on it. Now they just have the compass and they just show you the pips. So they've
general
definitely
direction
made it more challenging. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that, because it was kind of easy in the other games.
Yeah. I will. That being said, I do have something to complain about.
Sure.
in the prologue. Again, my experience may have been different because I'm on Xbox versus you on PC, and maybe I missed something and I'm just stupid because it's very interesting because, you're on PC, I'm on Xbox, you're a Stalker expert.
Yes.
I'm complete noob. So it's very cool that we have these two completely distinct
and I've been having fun seeing people's reactions on BlueSky. I've been seeing so many people. Yeah. Oh, it's just like, oh, they don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
They have no idea.
There's shitloads. Yeah. I can already tell this game's torture in a box, but in a good way.
But in the best way.
Yeah. The tutorial failed me a couple of times. There was a couple of things that it just didn't tell me, and I'm like, I need to know how to do this.
So let me guess right now. You died to the bloodsucker.
The only time I died was against the cloaker guy.
Yeah, that's the bloodsucker.
That's the bloodsucker. Yeah,
everybody dies in their first bloodsucker. I died at it as well. They're always like that.
So yeah, that's another thing where I was like, why did you put this in here and not even explain it? Like, it's just not explained. It's just like, oh, there's a guy that's cloaked and he just beats the shit out of you.
Yep.
And I'm just like, so how do you see him? Well, you can kind of see the wavies, but if you're already in the fucking dark, it's like, it kind of felt like a boss fight.
Yeah.
And it was like the second fight of the game. I'm like,
that was a very unkind thing for them to do, because bloodsuckers are by far the most infamous enemies of the game, and they are generally used sparingly because they can go invisible and because they can hit really fucking hard.
Yeah.
You almost never see them in groups. I say almost never. Not never. Just almost never. But that was an unkind thing that they did there. They should not have done that. Maybe showing you, like, well, you do kind of get a glimpse of the guys fighting off a monster.
Yeah,
but they shouldn't have then had you go up against it. That should have been a tease for later.
I completely agree.
The bloodsucker, that's a really rough thing to drop on a player who's not expecting it. And I knew it was coming, and I still died to it.
Yeah, I figured out the best way to tackle it is just to put your back up against a wall and kind of wait for it. And as soon as you see it, just lay into it.
Yeah.
Take the hits, and just take it. But
yeah, so the bloodsucker has a very predictable attack pattern, and this is how they are in every game. They will turn invisible, and they will run around you in a circle. And then once they decide to attack, they will come at you in a straight line. They will not dodge to the left or to the right. They will just come straight at you.
Okay.
And that is the moment where you unload everything you have.
So as long as you can keep your eye on where they are, you can potentially shoot them when they're coming at you.
And keep an ear open as well, because you can hear them panting as they run around.
Yeah.
That's another big part is in general in this game is using sound to figure out where your enemies are.
Yeah. I wish
there are.
I was just going to say, I wish I could play it on PlayStation instead, because I've got the Pulse 3D headset. That'd be probably helpful.
Yeah. Carry a shotgun for bloodsuckers. The shotgun is the way to deal with them.
Gotcha.
Because it doesn't take that many hits to bring them down when you've got a great big fucking shotgun right in their face. Because they just run straight at you.
Yeah, I also thought it was really weird that the first enemy is that 4-legged dog thing.
Oh yeah,
I was like, it kind of came out of nowhere, and I was just like, I don't know. There was no build up to it. He was just like, oh, there's a thing attacking me. Okay, I was like, that could have been done better.
Now is that the big bulbous one that you're talking about?
It looked like a fat dog. Red dog.
That's a flesh.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those are.
It wasn't
those
hard
also...
or anything. It was just
no.
It hit me, and I didn't even know it was there because the game hadn't told me how to turn on my flashlight yet.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, oh shit. I really wish the first combat would have been against the humans personally, because that's the best experience I've had with the combat so far is the humans.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it didn't tell me about the Stalker. The tutorial never told me until way after I needed it how to access my inventory.
Yeah.
Like I press start, I get the pause menu. Okay. Yeah. I press select, I get the map. I'm like, I press up on the D-pad. I think I used an item that I didn't intend to use. I hit left on the D-pad. I used a bandage. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Well, game, where's my inventory? It's down on the D-pad. I'm like, okay.
That's such a weird decision.
Yeah. Well, there's limited space on the Xbox controller. So
there is.
I agree with it now that I'm used to it. But why wasn't it just in the menu? I understand now why it wasn't in the menu system. It's because it's live. You're taking your backpack out, and the game doesn't pause. You're digging through your shit.
So you know, when you bring up the PDA, the game also does not pause.
Oh, good to know. Did not know that. Good to know.
Yeah, I'm just giving you that heads up right now.
Jesus,
they don't tell you about that either.
Great.
Yeah.
There was something else that they didn't tell me how to do, but I don't remember. Oh, it doesn't tell. So. Yeah, you're not using a controller, so it's weird. So, like, how does it deal with items? Like dealing with your quick items, like your bandit, or is it just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like all that shit?
So the way that you have it is you can have 4 quick use items.
Yep, same.
And you can have 2 keys. Item 1 is whatever key you've assigned to item 1. Item 2 is press and hold key for
it's
item
the same.
1. Yeah.
Okay, it's the same. All right. Yeah,
I figured it probably was.
It's left and right on the D-pad, but the same thing.
I suspect.
Click left, hold left. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it didn't tell you that at any point. So I'm like, I see the icons. I'm like, it looks like it's 3.
So what there is a little tiny bar beneath the items 2 and 4.
Yes. Yeah.
And when you hold down the button, you can see the bar filling up.
Yeah.
That is the only indication you have.
Yeah, the tutorial should have explained that.
That you have to press and hold. Yeah.
Very different.
I discovered it by accident.
I think I don't know if I did it by accident or if I just kind of went like, okay, there's 2 items pointing left and 2 on the right. What if it's like a double tap or something? And I started dicking around with it. I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
There was something else this tutorial failed to tell me, but I don't remember.
It's definitely a game that is expecting to be played by veterans of the series. I do agree they could have done that a lot better, because like I knew what I was doing because I played all 3 of these games before. But I do remember thinking like, this is going to be rough for new people because they are not telling you nearly enough about it.
No, they're not.
Also, with regards to the AI, there's one weird thing that I've noticed and is kind of par for the course. Now, you will not have any experience with this yet, but it'll happen. Don't you worry. There's a thing that happens in these games called emissions. An emission is basically a giant radioactive storm. And when that happens...
Is that when the sky goes red?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of hinted at in the beginning of the game. Because when you arrive, the sky is fucked up.
But this is something that will happen during gameplay.
Gotcha. Yeah,
and not just at story events.
It's just random, or?
I think it has to, at least one in-game day has to pass before another one happens. So you're not going to get like 3 in a row.
Gotcha. Are you guaranteed one every day?
I don't know yet.
Okay, all right.
But I'm pretty sure you're probably guaranteed one like every 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But they never happen like 2 in a day or anything like that.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's not OP.
Yeah. So you have to get inside when that happens. They've actually been made more merciful than they used to be. They used to just kill you outright if you were outside. They give you time to reach a shelter, and there are plenty of areas that count as shelters. So you always have the ability to reach a shelter because there are enough of them around. But if once that grace period passes and the emission starts and you're outside, in the old games, you would just drop dead.
Oh, shit.
That does not happen in this game. It just ticks your health down really fast. You can survive it if you keep injecting like med kits.
That's just wasting items.
Yeah. But it is at least possible, like if you didn't make it quite in time because you got caught in an anomaly or something and had to wrestle your way out of there, you do have a chance now.
There's a grace period now. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing is that
any indoor place or
most indoor places should work. They will mark on your map what the nearest one is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because
how long do they last for?
They're not very long. They only last for a few minutes and then they clear up. And
gotcha.
It's made very clear when it's safe to go outside because there will be a little thing that says, wait out the emission, like a little submission objective will check off. And that's when okay, you can go outside now.
Gotcha.
But the other thing is that in the old games, there was specific spaces in these indoor areas. And there were a few occasions where I was inside, but I wasn't in the designated safe zone inside, and I would just drop dead. So that sucked. But in this game, it's like, as long as you're inside, you're safe. And if you're not safe, it won't just kill you right away. It will start draining your health. You'll know to back up. So just don't stand in doorways or near windows during an emission. Make sure that there's a roof over your head and walls around you, and you should be fine.
Okay.
But
good to know.
So there's 2 things with regards to the AI. So one thing is that for the sake of being fair to the player, hostilities cease when an emission goes off. Everyone says we have a bigger problem right now.
That's cool.
And they will have a truce while they wait
monsters?
It out. No, monsters go get fucked. Monsters, you don't want to be outside in an emission when you're fighting monsters.
Gotcha.
But humans will say, okay, time out. We gotta take shelter or we're all gonna die. Which led to a funny thing where I came into this new area and an emission happened almost like immediately after I got in. I don't think it was a story thing. I think it just happened to be the schedule for it to go off.
Yeah.
And I went into a building and I was accompanied by all these NPCs. And I was like, oh, hey guys, what's up? Cool, awesome, cool. And I was like talking to them and stuff. And then it ends and I start running off. And as I'm running off, they start shooting at me. And I was like, oh, these are hostile guys. I didn't know because they were all chill because it was peace times. It was the emission. It was the emission intermission.
That's funny.
If you will. But the other thing is that sometimes the AI isn't smart enough to say, hey, it's an emission. We need to take shelter. Because one happened and I went outside and it wasn't a lot, but there were a few dead NPCs hanging around the hub area. And I was like, oh no, guys.
That's cool. Just free loot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, yes, actually, that is exactly what happened.
Yep. Free loot.
So
That's funny.
That was neat and also kind of par for the course for these games. You occasionally would find an NPC get stuck outside or just not cluing to the fact. Yeah. But that's kind of part of the charm of these games. They will, at least if it's like the last ones, they will just eventually spawn in new generic NPCs with randomly selected names.
Stuff like that reminds me of like Assassin's Creed games where the AI is not perfect, and sometimes that's part of the charm where it's like, what an idiot, you know.
Here's an interesting thing about the graphics that I found. This game seems to be very specifically designed with reconstruction in mind. So either the Unreal Engine's temporal anti-aliasing, or something like FSR or DLSS or whatever, because that's all on by default. And I went and turned it off because there's an anomaly. There's a new anomaly in the game. There's a few new ones. But one of the new ones I've found is it's like a cloud of glass shards just floating there. And if you walk through it slowly, you don't take damage. But if you run through it, you take damage because it's slicing you up, and you'll start bleeding, which you'll know because you'll have a little blood droplet icon.
I've had that,
yeah, and you have to use bandages to stop the bleeding, or else you keep losing health.
Yeah.
Which is why there's a difference between a bandage and a med kit.
Yeah.
A bandage stops bleeding, restores a little bit of health. Med kit restores a lot of health, but doesn't stop bleeding.
Yeah.
Well, there are later med kits that do. But like the orange ones that you're finding so far, no, those just restore your health.
Yep, that's how I had to figure it. That's why I had to figure out the bandage. Because the what did you call it? The stock? No,
the bloodsucker.
The bloodsucker made me bleed, and I was like, "Fuck! Why am I still bleeding? I just used a medkit." And I'm like, "Oh, I get it."
Yeah. So, the way that this particular anomaly is rendered is it basically just looks like some very faint white lines, like just the light is kind of glinting off it because it looks like floating glass shards. So that translates to a few white single pixel wide streaks. And you know what happens when you use reconstructive systems like FSR or DLSS? They kind of destroy the single pixel details because they're blending things together.
So they're just like almost invisible.
If you're moving, they're almost invisible. If you come to a stop, they become visible. But if you stop moving, or if you start moving, they're almost invisible. So I went and I turned all that stuff off, and I was able to see the anomalies. You know what else I was able to see? How weirdly they decided to render things in this game. It is so grainy and pixelated. I assume they're doing some kind of like high detail rendering pass. I don't know exactly what it would be, but like everything gets this really weird like shimmery look to it. Like everything, the foliage, the textures, everything. It feels like they intend for you to use reconstruction to kind of solidify everything. It almost looks like there's a checkerboard pattern, but it's not doing checkerboard rendering like some games do. It is being natively rendered. It's like they need it as a denoising option to smooth everything out. So I've been trying to dial in the right settings for that. You won't need to worry about that because you're on the Xbox, although you will need to worry about the
glass shard thing.
The glass shard thing, because
I'm wondering what that's going to look like on Xbox. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anytime you have any kind of temporal sampling in a game like this, you're going to have like some ghosting and some blurring. It's not too bad in this game. Like I remember the temporal anti-aliasing in the Resident Evil 2 remake being like really, really obvious. Like all the little ghost artifacts that would be left behind would like hang on the screen for half a second. It's not that bad here. And Unreal Engine has a really good temporal anti-aliasing. It's used in lots of Unreal Engine 4 and 5 games, and it looks great until you have those like single pixel width level details, which so far this is the only thing in the game that's actually needed that. But it just means, slow down and pay attention. Because, those things are damn near invisible if you're just running around. And so if you start bleeding randomly,
That's
in the second region. That's why, because there's a bunch of them near the beginning.
So it's going to be a while before I encounter them.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before you encounter it.
So I might be able to tell you about it next week if how they do that on Xbox if it says bad. All right, cool. We're almost at an hour. Is there any final thoughts that you want to shout out, or first impressions that you want to shout out before we move on?
It's just that it's good to be back, man.
Yeah,
it's good to be back in the zone. I've been waiting for this game since the last one, because this game got canceled, and a bunch of the team left and established 4A games, and then made the Metro games. So there was a part of me that was like, this is never going to come back. And it was only a few years ago that they announced, oh, it is coming back. And then it was showcased at one of the Xbox showings at like E3 or something. And I was like, oh, it is actually happening for real this time. So, man, because you can go on YouTube and you can find footage of Stalker 2 back when it was being done in their in-house engine from like a decade ago. That is obviously not the case now because they're using Unreal Engine 5. So they probably had to burn the whole thing to the ground and build it back up from scratch. But man, it's so good to be back. It's awesome, even with the flaws.
And Stalker 2 will basically, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, will be the first game that we're able to talk about together and play together.
Yeah.
On the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's always been, I've been playing something different, and you've been playing something different. This is like the first game that we're experiencing simultaneously. You're obviously going to be way ahead of me. I won't be able to play it as often.
Yeah.
I bounce between several different games all the time.
Right.
So
I'm not going to bounce in between anything here.
No, I mean, occasionally I get a game that sucks me in, and that's the only thing I want to play. Stalker 2, at least right now, is not one of those games. But I will. It's definitely not turned me off.
It does take them a little while to get going, but once you start to get better gear and a sort of a better handle on how the game works, if it's going to draw you in, that's when it'll draw you in.
Yeah, I'm assuming I start with like nothing.
Yeah, you start
after
with
the prologue.
Absolutely fucking nothing.
Yeah, so I haven't even experienced that part of the game yet. So
yeah.
One thing I will say, and I'm sure the PC doesn't have this issue, is the aiming is a little weird in the Xbox version.
Really?
Yeah, there's like I don't want to call it a lag, but like, you know, when I have the controller and I stop,
it keeps going for a moment.
It goes for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's almost like a momentum problem.
Weird. Maybe that's the thing they do for the controller. It might also be like, does the Xbox version do like frame generation or anything like that?
What do you mean by that?
Like the thing with DLSS and FSR is that they now have frame generation to add in extra frames.
To my understanding, there are only one or two games on Xbox and PlayStation that even use FSR tech. And definitely no DLSS because that's NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's NVIDIA exclusive.
Yeah, I checked the graphics options, and in the games that I've experienced that have the FSR feature, it's an option to turn on and off in the options, and it doesn't appear in the options in this game. It's just quality mode and performance mode.
Okay.
So I have it on performance mode because, I'm always going to play 60 frames per second.
Yeah, you'll want it that way in this game.
It's a first-person shooter. I don't know.
There are some small enemies that you'll want a really smooth frame rate to track.
Yeah, so I'm I have there's not really a lot of combat in the prologue, so I didn't get enough experience with it to say whether it's annoying or just different. But it's definitely something I noticed right away where I was like, oh, why is it doing that?
I wonder if that's a V-Sync thing, because vertical sync can like slow down the rate at which frames are displayed to you. And I've definitely experienced that where it feels a little bit behind.
I don't think it's that, because when it's that kind of issue, I usually find it with everything, not just aiming. You know what I mean? So like if I go to press the trigger to fire, I usually feel a delay. And I don't feel a delay on the shooting. So it's literally just aiming that seems to be
Interesting.
the odd thing.
Maybe it's just the way they implement controller inputs.
Yeah. I need more time, but
yeah, I'll have to try it with the controller. I mean, I have my controller sitting on my desk right now.
It could also be the Xbox version specifically. Like, it might not be the controller. It could be just that there's, something with the Xbox version that's making that lag. I don't know though.
Yeah. Bloodstained on the Switch also had
input lag.
Yeah, some weird delay on it. So yeah, maybe it is just a console specific thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I haven't played is it on PlayStation?
I don't know. I don't think it is.
Maybe it's not. Yeah. Maybe it was a Xbox exclusive. I'll have to check on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the only other thing I noticed that I felt weird about. So, it'll be something I mean, I'm sure next week we'll both have 10,000 more impressions on Stalker 2.
Oh, sure.
So, we'll check back in next week with more to share and continue on that journey.
It is not on PlayStation 5.
Okay.
I just looked it up.
Exclusive for Xbox on consoles. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, and one last thing about it. Congratulations on 1 million units.
Yeah, I saw it. It's selling well.
Yeah.
And it's that's selling 1 million units with it on Game Pass. So,
that's a big deal.
There must be a lot of people playing it on Game Pass.
Yeah.
If it's sold 1 million copies.
Yeah.
So
I think it's the combination of the previous games being sleeper hits that have built up a reputation that now people are going, I won't play the old ones, but I'll get that new one. And the fact that it's gotten center stage attention from Microsoft at events, that's what's pushed it. So,
and I think a lot of people just want to support them after everything they've gone through as well. That's half of why I'm playing it. I just want to see, they put a shitload of. I mean, you got to watch the documentary. I don't want to spoil anything. Yeah, you got to watch that.
Have to.
It's really good. All right then. Moving forward, do you know what time it is?
Is it letter time?
It's letter time. It's letter time, and we have 3 letters this week.
Ooh, wow.
Very quick stuff. Nothing crazy, but some very cool stuff to read out here. First of which is from Steve. We know Steve.
Yes.
He says, in regards to your flawed games topic last week, what about Two Worlds?
What about Two Worlds?
He considers that a flawed game that he likes anyway.
Oh, okay. I've never played Two Worlds.
Yeah, but there's 2 games in that series, which is shocking.
Yeah, there's Two Worlds too.
Two Worlds too. Yeah. There's a lot of I was talking to him a little bit about it on the side, and there's a lot of like open world RPGs that I would consider flawed games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We mentioned some other ones like Greedfall. Crap, there was a bunch of other ones, but yeah, I mean, I would
like the Gothic games and stuff like that.
Yeah, stuff that's just not quite. There's something missing. You're like, it's not quite polished.
Yeah. Ultima 9 is another one that's like that.
Oh, he also mentioned Outward. Remember Outward? Okay.
And you brought up to me that because you mentioned Deadly Premonition, and then you texted me and you were like, oh no, wait, I meant Indigo Prophecy, and I was just like, that's not a game that I love.
Yeah. That's a game that I love until the third act, and then I go, what the fuck is this shit? What happened to this game?
Yeah. Look, that game has the hottest intro of any video game I've ever played. Like that is a game, for anyone who hasn't played that is a game where you wake up in a men's room with amnesia and a murder scene that you apparently committed.
Oh, yeah.
You got to figure out, how the fuck do I clean up this scene so as not to implicate myself, so I can fucking figure out. And that's the kind of thing that it would only work in a video game, right? Because it's the decisions you have to make. Do you hide the body? Do you mop up the blood? Do you wash the blood off your hands? Like, what do you do? You've got limited time because the cop out there in the diner is going to come back here and take a piss and discover the body. So, yeah.
Such a cool idea.
That intro is incredible. Yeah. It does not save the other It does not save the game from its problems.
You know, if you play the first act and the second act, you'll enjoy it. If you go into the third act,
is good for the most part. The second act is where it starts to get kind of.
Yeah, the third act is just.
Yeah, and then it becomes about like Mayan shamans cursing you and computer AIs that also want to rule the world, and also
and you become Neo.
There's this kid, I guess, who can see the future that's being introduced for some reason. Yeah.
It's a fucking weird game.
It's a very weird game.
But yeah,
that was my first Quantic Dream game. That was a hell of an introduction.
Me too. Yeah. They're working on the Star Wars game. You know?
Yeah, oh man.
If it ever comes out.
Yeah. I would okay. Not to lay the blame entirely at one person's feet. I would love to see what kind of game they would make without David Cage at the helm.
I mean, they need someone at the helm to be creative director.
Can they have someone else, please?
Yeah.
Because and the reason why I blame David Cage is because
he's weird.
Whenever you see interviews with the guy, or he's talking about game design, he talks about how he wants to do all this stuff. And then that's always the stuff that goes the most wrong in their games. So I'm assuming it's David's fault. I'm assuming it's him going, oh, we need to have this, which is not a bad idea, but you just did it really badly.
So another Peter Molyneux.
Yeah.
False promise, guys.
Well, except Peter Molyneux's games
turned out to be pretty good.
Those are flawed games that I like. They never live up to the promises, but they're still pretty good. Quantic Dream games universally shit the bed at some point. Sometimes it's later than others, but
they all have a significant issue for sure. Yeah. There isn't a perfect one. That's definitely true.
The thing is, I will give them credit. They've always got cool ideas. Even Omicron has cool ideas. Omicron fails to deliver on all of them, even more than any of the others do, but it's got cool ideas like, hey, what if we got David Bowie to do some music for this game? That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea.
Heavy Rain's a great concept as well. You know, who's the murderer?
Yeah.
Jason. Yeah, I don't know how we got on this topic, but thanks for your pointing out of Two Worlds, Stephen, and so many other.
We said absolutely nothing about Two Worlds.
I mean, we never played it, so what can you say? Next up, Old School Legend writes in.
The
very first, the very first write-in that we ever had. What are some memorable pickups you guys have had from Black Fridays of yesteryear? So, we're recording this basically on day one of Black Friday sales, starting for the next 7 days. And I will say that gaming in general, Black Friday tends to be underwhelming for me.
Yeah, because this is usually when a lot of new games are coming out, and so they'll be full priced. Like traditionally, November has been the month, which is why when you see, why is look at all these hot games that came out this year. Almost all of them came out in November because
that's when price.
That's when people are doing their Christmas shopping. Now in the age of digital distribution, you have releases much more reasonably spread over the course of the year.
Yeah.
So you might get deals during like a Steam sale, but it's not going to be Black Friday.
No.
So yeah, in terms of gaming, there's not usually a lot to grab on Black Friday. You know, maybe if there's been like a recent price drop in a game console, but that's not really a specific Black Friday thing. Like some retailers might have deals, but
Black Friday for me these days is the time to buy new controllers when you need a new one, because they almost always come down in price and they're expensive.
Yeah.
So if you need a new one, now's the time to go buy a controller.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The only other thing that I occasionally
memory
find a
cards
game
back in the day, I guess.
Memory cards back in the day for sure. Consoles usually never went on sale. You know, they may have had like a Black Friday bundle deal.
Yeah.
But
or
it's
a
never
very
really cheaper.
Slight discount.
Yeah, like
from certain retailers.
Maybe $25-$50. It's
like a rebate or something. But
yeah.
For an industry that has historically dumped its big releases in November, you you don't get a lot of Black Friday deals on them.
No, it might be different in the States.
Maybe,
but yeah, up here in Canada, Black Fridays have historically been kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, it's a pretty low key thing here.
Yeah, I did check the PlayStation Black Friday deals that just went live today, and there's nothing that like jumps out at me as like, hey, take advantage of this now.
Yeah.
That being said, I own a lot of games.
Yeah.
So I did check the list, and there's a lot of games that do have some pretty nice discounts that I just already own.
Right.
The only ones that stood out to me that I don't own yet, but I don't think I'm pulling the trigger on them, is Final Fantasy Rebirth, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, I should say. It's like 50% off, which is cool, but you know, that still makes it like $50.
Yeah.
And then there was Metaphor, which I really want. That's on sale, but it's only like 15%, something like that. It's like what? That's not a sale. Yeah, Dragon Age is on sale, which I really want, but it's only 10% off. It's like I don't care. There is some nice Nintendo deals that are on sale for like. I always complain about how Nintendo never has sales. Well, they do now. Yeah. Super Mario RPG is on sale for $30 off, I think. But you know, I look for like the 60% off deals or more. I hate these 25% and these 1%, and you know, it's like that's not a crazy deal. You know.
Yeah. Well, when games were cheaper, it used to be.
Yeah.
Now that 20% off is just bringing you to the price that it
to the normal price
should be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for me, Black Fridays gaming wise has been almost nothing. Like maybe a game here and there, but for the most part, Black Fridays for me have always been when I buy my TVs.
Yeah,
that's when you get a good TV deal.
Right.
I think that's. That 75-inch bad boy back there. I think that's when I got that.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
The gaming deals happen during the Steam summer sale. That's Black Friday for gaming.
For if you want your PC games cheap. Yeah, Steam summer sale for sure. But thank you for writing in Old School Legend. And finally, we have Cole 2K has written in from Wrestling Renaissance. This one's kind of random, but I kind of wanted to see what your opinion on it was, more than mine. What is the greatest Mario game in the entire mainline franchise, and why is it Super Mario Brothers 3?
Oh, man. Yeah, I knew this question was going to come up eventually.
Yeah, I don't think it's 3. I don't disrespect 3 by any stretch of the imagination.
No, 3 is fantastic. I think we've had this conversation. I forget if it was on the show or not, but we kind of came to the conclusion that, well, Super Mario World is better because it's everything that 3 did, but more of it and better.
Yeah, and prettier. Yeah.
Yeah, like 3's great, which is why Super Mario World is better because it's basically Super Mario 3 2.
Yeah. Yeah. We did have that conversation because then we started
so much from that cloth.
Yeah, because that's how we got into our conversation about Yoshi's Island.
Oh yeah.
And how different it was.
Yeah.
But
love me some Mario 3, man. I played the shit out of that game back then.
Yeah, Mario 3 is great. Mario World is great. My personal favorite is probably controversial, but my favorite is Galaxy. I love
it. I can get into Galaxy.
Oh man, some of those. Man, the first Bowser level alone is like, holy fuck, my brain just got opened up to a whole new world.
it's a beautiful game, and there's some cool stuff in there, but I found it really unpleasant with the perspective.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just found it really disorienting and
That's fair.
Just. But that game has a weird camera. It's got like a sort of a fisheye thing going on, not exactly, but kind of.
And sometimes it's fixed.
Yeah.
As well, it's not fully 3D.
Yeah, it's just a consequence of how that game is meant to be played. It's just not a thing for me.
Yeah. Excuse me. I love it though. What was this Super Mario World your favorite then?
I mean, as far as like side-scrolling Mario games, I'd say yeah. The new Super Mario Brothers games are good, but I like World.
But World's okay. I thought you meant like the 2D new Super Mario Brothers.
They're
the one that they redid 6 times.
Yeah, they're fine, but I don't want to buy it like 10 times. No. It's also fun to like with regards to like games to play at parties, like 4-player new Super Mario Brothers. Like when you're not expecting to make progress, you just want to have a laugh.
Stick around,
yeah. It's hard to beat that.
That's true.
Like it's the kind of thing that people will get mad about, but not mad in like the Mario Party way.
Yeah, mad in a Mario Kart way.
Yeah, it's like that was hilarious, and then you're like back to normal within 10 seconds. It's not like Mario Party where you invest an hour of your time and you get fucked at the end.
Yeah,
yeah.
Did you see they added pro rule options to the new one?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. So Super Mario Party Jamboree. So like you can tweak all of the rules and all the settings in this one to where like you can't get fucked. Like it's all you can make it skill based. And,
so it might actually be worth playing.
Yeah. I've wanted to pick it up.
It might be worth playing sober.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it might actually be competitive.
It's not going to turn into a fist fight.
No. Yeah, you can turn off like the stealing and all that shit, and like some of the crazy, stupid crap you get at the end, where it's like, "Hey, this person was the worst player; they get 10 stars."
Yeah, that's
that crap.
So, yeah.
So that's kind of cool that they finally added that. It only took them 18 games to enable that. But so what's your favorite 3D Mario then?
Man, that's tough because I really like Mario 64.
Yeah,
I also really like Mario Sunshine.
Controversial pick. I like Sunshine as well a lot. It falls apart with the absolutely terrible ending. But the rest of the game is great.
Yeah.
You fight Bowser in a bathtub.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And it takes 5 seconds to beat him. You just flush him down the tub.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were smoking on that one. I know they smoke a lot of weed, but
the rest of that game is so good, and it's so beautiful. Like that is just such a gorgeous game.
And it's challenging too.
Yeah, it holds up so well.
Yep.
Like I would say that it probably holds up better in general than Mario 64 does.
Oh yeah, 100% from a visual standpoint. Yeah.
Like I don't know, I really like Mario 64 as well. It's a hard choice, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically speaking, the Bowser fights in Mario 64 aren't amazing either, but they are better than fighting Bowser in a bathtub.
Well, and you also have to consider that at that time, fighting Bowser in 3D was like, whoa.
Oh, yeah,
I remember a whole extra dimension.
I was there, bro.
Yeah. It was a lot more challenging the first time you did it. Nowadays, it's like, oh, yeah, I can just do a flip over him and get the tail instantly. Like, it's nothing. But back
swinging
then,
him's still hard, though. You have to know exactly when to let him go.
Yeah, the where to let go relative to where he's spinning. Yeah.
Yeah, still very tricky.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, Cole2K, for writing in, which leads us, let me mark down our timestamp here, to Metacritic Check-In, which is pretty empty this week. We don't have a whole lot. We're getting into the slow December type end of the year, where all the big games have come out, and we're going to just get a couple of ones here and there. So I think there's like 4 major games left in the year, something like that. So nothing crazy. So we've got something called Utopia City came out. It's not doing well though.
That's unfortunate.
It's got a Metascore. It's got a Metascore of 23.
Ow.
Which matches its user score. 23.
Oh, that's how you know it's bad.
Yeah.
You almost never see the user score and the critic score both be that low.
Yeah, I'm looking
Something's got to be going terribly wrong there.
July 2006? What is this stuff? Is this a re-release or a remake or something? What is this game? No, it says released on November 19th, 2024, but some of these reviews have like August 2006 in it. It must be a re-release of something. PC Gamer UK says, perhaps the dev team just asked the pizza delivery boy to do the job to save some pennies on the sequel. I don't know. Very strange. Don't know.
Yeah, what? Huh.
It must be a re-release or something.
This looks like some Eastern European game, just based on the box art.
I can't even find any gameplay. Utopia City.
Yeah, are you sure this is a new release?
It said November 19th on Metacritic.
That's very strange. Because all the related games are games from like the
2005. This looks like when it came out. This must be a re-release then, or a remaster or something. Very odd. Yeah, or maybe it was just recently added to Metacritic.
Maybe that's probably it.
But it shows as a new release though, so I don't know. Very strange. Very weird.
Well, I know how we can solve this. Let's ask Moby Games.
Do it.
Let's see here. Utopia City. Yeah, man, this game's from like 19 years ago. Released December 2nd, 2005 on Windows.
Odd.
Metacritic,
what are you doing to me? You're making me look stupid. Yeah, it literally says released on November 19th, 2024. So
yeah, I saw that, but I'm looking at this and man, this looks like a average as hell first-person shooter.
I'm trying to figure out why it was listed here, but
I mean, visually it doesn't look terrible, but it just gives me the sense of like something that is
budget for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever the reason is for it stating it came out November 19th is beyond me. All right. Next up is Stalker 2, sitting at an average 73, user score 77.
By the way, I was 100% right. It is an Eastern European game.
Yeah. Kind of like Stalker 2.
Kind of like Stalker 2.
Yep. Yeah, I think the game probably rates higher on the user score, but it's being held down by all of the idiots who say that, it's only getting attention because it was developed in Ukraine during the war.
Yeah.
Which is not true. You're a bunch of morons, and you shouldn't be allowed to review games. Because that's not how you review a game. You don't review it based on politics. You review the game based on what it is. You stupid people. And finally, we have Locomotive. Not to be confused with Locomotive. Locomotive, 2 words. Released on PC to a favorable 86. Although I don't recognize any of the outlets that reviewed it. Try Hard
the art style.
Yeah, it says it's got like a cartoon art style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I guess it must be from a new team because it's this is their only game that's listed on Moby Games.
I wish Metacritic would have a link to the website of the game.
Well, I mean, Metacritic is a site for all sorts of stuff, so they probably don't have like infrastructure for that built in.
I mean, they have to make a lot of money, that site. It seems cheap. Where's their website? There it is. A slapstick adventure. Oh yeah, very cool art style.
Yeah, so this is they're in the UK. It says on their website. Their very sparsely populated website.
Yeah, out on Steam, Good Old Games, and Switch. Mm. What is it though? Is it just an like a click and point adventure?
It kind of looks like it.
Yeah. Just says on the Rios Express, a passenger has been murdered and you're the prime suspect. Uncover a thrilling mystery and self-satisfying point-and-click puzzles. There we go. To prove your innocence, a slapstick adventure packed full of deadly surprises, shocking twists, and larger-than-life characters.
It's got kind of a so the actual in-game graphics are very pixel arty, but it's got kind of like a LucasArts, like Monkey Island kind of thing.
I was gonna say,
I like that.
Cool. Yeah, it looks very cool. I'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Screenshots of like there's like a roulette wheel table in the train car. There's like it's like a casino car, I guess. There's slot machines.
Locomotive. There it is.
Yeah, it looks kind of neat.
I might have to try that one.
Yeah.
I like games like that. I'm playing through The Dig right now.
Yeah, good game.
Yeah, I never beat it, so I was like, after we talked about it, I'm like, I need to go back and play that game.
I never beat it either.
It's not easy. There's some very
it's a tricky one.
Yeah, it's not always obvious what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I think I got stuck at puzzles where you have to arrange like 5 colored gems in a specific order. Yeah. And I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
That's where I fall apart in those games.
You get these like rods that have a bunch of shapes and colors on them, and they're the keys for the doors that you have to find.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I think that's probably as far as I got. So everything after that, I'm going to be experiencing new stuff.
I remember there being like a really cool, it was like a giant, I don't remember if it was like a spider thing, but it was like the background came to life.
Oh, because I have not seen that yet.
Well, it's where you remember how there's that guy that dies and then he comes back to life?
I haven't got that far yet.
Oh, really?
The guy died by falling down the hole. And his body's just sitting there. I haven't got past that point yet.
Oops.
I'm in the. Well, apparently he comes back to life.
I thought you'd gotten further than that.
No, I haven't. That's okay. It's spoilers for a 90-year-old game. I'm not. I'm not upset about that. Yeah, no, I haven't beat that part yet. I think I opened the first door, and I went through this like library museum part with like these like walls that changed shape and stuff.
Yep.
And I found the girl. She was in there as well. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a weird game.
That game has just such incredibly gorgeous artwork.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, and like I say this like being a huge fan of Monkey Island and of Loom, but like The Dig is on another level visually. It just looks so fucking good.
Yeah, it's kind of upsetting that they remastered like Day of the Tentacle and Full Throttle and Monkey Island, but The Dig is just like sitting over there in the corner.
Yeah, let's be clear. It's not upsetting that those games got remastered. It's upsetting that The Dig didn't.
Yeah, like
because
why?
Oh my god.
Yeah, the Dig remastered would look gorgeous.
Oh god, it would look so good.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Well, that leads us to the news, and we have a shitload.
Yeah, we got a bunch apparently.
So let me do my time code here. There we go. All right, time for the news. Let's go. Starting with something that's not gaming related, but I wanted your opinion on it. Did you see this Coca-Cola commercial?
Oh God.
You saw it?
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, there was a Coca-Cola Christmas commercial, which they always do a Christmas commercial every year, with the Santa or the polar bear or whatever.
They're all very corporate saccharine bullshit.
Yeah, they're never anything to write home about, but they're always, memorable in some sort of way.
It's like a tradition.
Yeah. This year, however, they made the entire thing with AI.
Well, not the entire thing. So
no?
They would have still needed to have people correcting for hallucinations.
Yeah.
So it's only mostly made with AI. But the point is, there shouldn't have been any generative AI shit in this at all.
And you can tell it was made with AI. It looks terrible.
It's got a weird sort of floaty look to it. Like the faces don't quite move with the head just right.
Watch the point at which there's a hand that comes into frame holding a Coca-Cola bottle, handing it to someone.
It's a little weird.
It looks fucking like uncanny valley bullshit.
Yeah. Well, and the only reason that it just looks weird and not like complete garbage is because they had people cleaning it up after the fact. Because otherwise, you would have had like the fingers merging into the Coke bottle, or like a sixth finger growing out of the pinky, or some shit, or like handing it to a person and then their hands fuse and become Coke bottle colored. God.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was it lit up the social media universe with hatred.
People
very
are
disliked video. Yeah.
Yes.
And where do you stand on AI? I'm of two minds with it. So, but I was curious where you stand.
My opinion on generative AI is this: it's really cool that you can do that with a computer program. It's super cool that you can do that with a computer program. You shouldn't do that with a computer program. You should get a human being who actually knows what stuff looks like to make stuff, because guess what? There's going to be all kinds of fuck ups in your generation, and you're just going to need to get a person to fix it anyway. So just cut out the middleman. Just get people to do it.
So here's my question: is what happens when we get to the point where AI is smart enough where that doesn't happen anymore?
Well, the problem with that is that it can't make anything new, because all it's doing is remixing whatever it's been trained on.
Yeah, that's true.
So and this is, it's not just for imagery. Like if you have, like, let's say, ChatGPT generate a script for your movie. Well, there's not going to be anything new or innovative in that script. I mean, I know there are a lot of movies that are just doing the same thing over and over again, but there's always a few that are doing something new and interesting. And if you just use AI generation, because it is just remixing what input it's been given
before.
It literally cannot come up with anything new. Everything that it does is just a Mad Libs version of what it's been given. And sometimes it can Mad Lib it together kind of okay, but like just get people to do it.
Yeah. So I'm of two minds with it. I'm pretty much in agreement with you. I think AI is going to be a great tool to use to speed up processes. But, it can't replace art, though. We can't let it do that.
Because what I'm talking about specifically is generative AI. Where you feed it a bunch of people's work, usually without their permission or without any compensation.
Grok.
But like, machine learning as a branch of computer science has a ton of absolutely legitimate applications. It's just that right now the big ones are the ones that cut people out of the process, so the companies don't have to pay employees money, because you don't have to pay a computer. I was reading the other day, that Firefox is working on AI, like an AI function for identifying the contents of a picture for people with poor eyesight. So generating descriptive text, basically machine vision, which is another area of machine learning that's really useful, because it's what lets robots act autonomously based on visual input. Like, being able to identify, like, hey, that's a fire. I'm a firefighting robot. I need to know what fire looks like so I can put it out, or at least alert humans that there's a fire here. So they're using machine vision tech to, rather than take in a video feed, to analyze a picture on a web page and try to determine what the contents of that picture are, and then create a description for people with poor vision or maybe no vision at all, so they can understand what the picture on the page is. That's a tremendous use of AI.
Closed captioning for real life, I guess.
Which is, as we have discovered with our podcast, which Riverside has an AI-based transcription service. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing.
100%.
There are absolutely, there's a million legitimate use cases for machine learning, And it really, like, it genuinely pisses me off that the people at companies like OpenAI, who are just brazenly stealing other people's work, are tainting the concept of it, because there's so much good that it can do for disabled people. There's so much good that it can do in
for health.
Any application that requires massive amounts of data analysis. Like, if you think about your YouTube recommendations, like, the only reason that you can get those, or the only reason that, videos that are hot and trending and whatever can show up, is because they have a computer that analyzes that. You're not going to have human beings manually looking up the view counts on every YouTube video and then trying to cross-reference what the categories of the video are. Oh, is this gaming? Is this cooking? Is this sports? No, that's done by a computer. The whole reason you can get things recommended to you on YouTube is because of machine learning. Now, they don't always recommend great stuff to you, but the fact that it works at all is due to machine learning. It does have to be used responsibly. Like, I'm not saying that the YouTube algorithm is great. I'm saying that it could be, if they weren't just trying to push you to watch whatever they think will generate them the most advertising views. But, like, in the hands of a responsible person, that recommendation algorithm could be really good for showing you, like, videos that you would actually be interested in.
Yep. No, there's so many applications for AI that are better than making a Coca-Cola commercial.
But the whole fucking, like, let's just steal people's work and then say, oh, but we need to do it to have a competitive no, fuck you. Fuck Sam Altman. Fuck OpenAI. Fuck all of these fuckers. Like, Microsoft, Dolly, all of them. All the people who are doing this and arguing that, it would bankrupt the project. No, fuck you. You're Google, you're Microsoft, you're billion-dollar companies.
You can afford to do it. Yeah.
You can absolutely afford to do it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. Stop making excuses.
Use machine learning responsibly. Use it for good things. You know what? The Beatles put out a song earlier this year. You know how they did it? Because they were able to use AI to separate John Lennon's vocals from piano backing on an old tape from the 80s. They'd been trying to finish that unfinished song of his since the 90s. And they were finally able to do it. Yeah, that's a great use of that technology. They didn't copy John Lennon's voice. They didn't clone his voice. They just used AI. They taught it, this is what a piano sounds like. This is what John Lennon sounds like. Now find which sounds in this monaural audio track belong to which of those things and separate them. And that's what they did. And that's how they were able to get John Lennon's vocals on that track.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, do more stuff like that. Not this fucking AI-generated Coca-Cola bullshit. You could probably tell I've had this rant in my pocket for a while.
I knew that's why I brought it
up. Yeah.
I'll leave it at this. The one of the more funny comments on the Coca-Cola video on YouTube is this is as heartwarming as an aluminum tree.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
The biggest news of the week goes to Sony. Katakawa Corporation has confirmed it has received a buyout offer from Sony, but insists it has yet to make a decision on whether to sell up. So there's a lot that goes into this, so bear with me for a second here.
Yeah.
So earlier this week, Reuters, I believe, or Reuters. Reported that Reuters. Is it Reuters? No.
Yes, it's pronounced Reuters.
Reuters? Reuters.
Yep.
Weird.
Yep.
Reuters reported that Sony was in talks to buy Katakawa, whose subsidiary FromSoft is behind the smash hit Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Armored Core.
That is the gaming related thing. But I would be remiss if I did not mention Katakawa is a massive company in Japan. They are a media empire. They have so much in anime, in manga, in just general book publishing. They are a multimedia conglomerate.
Yep.
This is the equivalent of Sony buying like another, like, you remember how when Disney bought Fox and it was like they got like almost a century of movie and television in their back catalog. This is kind of like that for Japanese publishing. This is one of the biggest publishers in Japan, and all of that intellectual property and all of that media would be owned by Sony. So this is way bigger than just From Software.
Oh yeah, this is not why they're buying buying Kadokawa. It's because Sony already owns Crunchyroll and what's the other one? Funimation. And they're like, well, there's one big one left that we don't own. Let's just monopolize all that shit and we'll just own anime.
For people who are not into anime, Funimation was the biggest distributor and localizer of anime in North America. Here's the cat. Funimation was the company that did Dragon Ball Z. So that's where they got their big break. And then they just, in sort of the early to mid 2000s, they got a bunch of other acquisitions, and it basically solidified them as the top spot. And they also, so they were sold to a company called Navarro, or Navar Entertainment or something like that. And then they bought themselves back. They sold to Navar for, I think it was 150 million, and then they bought themselves back for, I think, 100 million. So they basically made a $50 million profit on that acquisition, which is even. Could you get the cat's butt out of the camera, please?
It wasn't in my shot.
Oh.
He's never done that before.
Anyway. Yeah, so Funimation was a huge player in anime here in North America. And then Crunchyroll came along. And there's other companies as well. There's ADV Films. I could tell you a story about ADV Films, but it's beyond the scope of this discussion. There was Genion, Bandai USA, fucking what else was there? Media Blasters. There's Manga Entertainment, but they're in the UK, although they're also in North America. There used to be a whole bunch of companies that would do this. Funimation kind of rose to the top. And then Crunchyroll came along. Now, Crunchyroll was originally a pirate streaming site that got some capital and decided to go legit, and it did very well for them. So well that instead of just licensing anime from other companies and streaming it, they decided to get into the like the dubbing and publishing business themselves. So they went from basically being like a TV channel to being a content publisher like Funimation, which is the way that all of these streaming companies go, which ends up fragmenting the companies that work with them. Like, hey, everybody was happy to have their stuff on Netflix until Netflix became a competitor by producing their own shows. So Funimation had their own streaming service as well to compete. And then Sony went and bought Funimation and Crunchyroll, and Funimation kind of stuck around for a little while, but they no longer exist.
They were funneled into Crunchyroll, I think.
Yeah, I believe last year.
Or the other way around, one of the two.
Yeah, no, Funimation was folded into Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
And Crunchyroll, here's the thing about Crunchyroll: they serve a global market. It's not just North America. You can use Crunchyroll in lots of countries. So they are a massive international portal for anime.
So they would just fold everything from Kadokawa right into Crunchyroll, I assume.
Well, I think they would keep Kadokawa going as its own brand just because of the strength of that brand. But yeah, like that would be Sony controlling anime from basically every step, from like the manga that is written, from the anime that it is adapted into, to the distribution channel that it is published through. They would just own the entire thing for a lot of it. Not all of it. There are other big publishers in Japan.
They own like 80% of it, though.
Yeah, Shueisha is another one. They're another big one, but Kadokawa is huge. Kadokawa is a behemoth in the Japanese publishing and media space.
Yeah, and on the game side of things, Kadokawa owns FromSoft, as we've already stated,
Yeah.
but they also own the Danganronpa developer,
Mm-hmm.
Spike Chunsoft,
Yep.
the Octopath Traveler developer. I think they're called Acquire,
Yep.
and RPG Maker and Pixel Game Maker
Mm-hmm.
developer, Gotcha Games or Gotcha Games.
Yeah. They
um,
that used to be ASCII.
yeah, yeah,
ASCII Entertainment that made the RPG Maker games.
yeah. And Kadokawa owns 70% of FromSoft, and Sony
Yeah.
already owns 14% of From Software, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So they would instantly own that.
Yeah.
So this is huge on many
Mm-hmm.
different fronts, especially the FromSoft front and the anime front. Um,
Yeah.
that's a game changer for Sony.
Yeah. This is a thing that should not be allowed to happen.
Yeah, they would. That's a monopoly at this point. But
Yeah, I'm sure it will because fucking nobody seems to care anymore. If Microsoft
well,
can buy Activision and that can get cleared, like, oh fuck.
yeah, but I mean, it's not. They're not creating a monopoly yet, though, because so much of the market is owned by Sony still in the gaming market. So that's why they didn't take it seriously when Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard. If Sony bought Xbox, then there would be a problem.
Yeah, it's
then
just
there would be an issue.
it just all these massive mergers and acquisitions just piss me off because it's like
it makes sense though. The industry is it's crunching.
yeah, but
It's
it
crunching
doesn't
down.
make sense because what they're gonna do is what they always do, which is they're gonna buy them to get the IP, and they're gonna say, "Oh, well, now we have to make cuts to
Oh yeah,
fucking
for sure.
afford what we did." So if this goes through, I'm betting. Well, I don't know exactly how Japanese labor protections work. I know that they're better than they are in
They're
some other
better.
places in the
Yeah.
world. But will that be enough to prevent massive layoffs? There's no guarantee of that.
I don't think Sony would shut down any of those game studios, but maybe they
I
would.
mean, are you forgetting the $400 million shaped elephant in the room that they just shut down?
Yeah, but I mean that game failed miserably. I don't
Yeah.
blame them for that. These games don't fail. Danganronpa from Soft definitely not.
Well,
Octopath
but
Traveler.
I mean, what about games that somebody says, "Hey, I have a wacky new idea for a game." Oh, but that's not a $1 billion franchise. No, the problem with these kind of acquisitions is that even though they have all the money in the world, they just want to keep making money and they become risk averse. They don't want to take chances on crazy new things. Like my fear is that it's gonna cost a lot of people their jobs. It's gonna stifle creativity, and you're just gonna have so much of this stuff just under lock and key by one company. I
It's
hate that
true.
shit.
It's true. Sony's. I thought Sony would have been done with acquisitions after the obviously bombs of Bungie and Firewalk, but apparently maybe they're looking at this as a way to recover. I'm not. I don't know. It's very strange. But we won't know until Kadokawa decides whether or not to sell. They're thinking on it.
God, I hope it
Um,
doesn't happen.
Sony has declined to comment on it. We don't know what the offer was either.
It was
Um,
probably obscene.
oh, I'm assuming it would be pretty substantial, but it can't be that substantial. Sony's not in a great. They're not in a deep pocket situation right now after spending $3 billion on Bungie and not recovering it, and then
Well,
another $400 million on Firewalk.
remember how Microsoft spent like 60 to 70 billion dollars on Activision?
Hmm?
And I said, there's no way Activision is worth that much. Kadokawa would be. I don't think Kadokawa was worth that much, but I think they're worth more than Activision is, considering the breadth and width of stuff that they own and that they have their
Yeah,
fingers in.
but I also think that Microsoft overpays for things because they can.
Well, yeah,
They're just they have go fuck yourself money, So it's like,
yeah,
oh, sure, we'll buy this for 69 billion. It'll be worth it in 50 years,
yeah.
But we don't have a time frame for it. Whereas Sony's big, but they're not Microsoft by any stretch of the imagination. So
No.
I would be shocked if it's more than the Activision Blizzard.
You know what I?
They can't afford it.
You know what I'd like to do?
Hmm.
I would like to isolate whatever it is when Sony has a good idea so that we can just inject that into the company and all of their shareholders and all of their board members so that they can stop doing stupid things. Have you ever noticed that? Like when Sony has a good idea, it's like the best idea, but when they have a bad idea, it's basically the worst.
They're
Like
definitely a polarizing company.
yeah, they either have the greatest idea in the world or the stupidest fucking idea. Sometimes for the same thing. Like you remember how remember with the PSP, Sony's like, we're making a handheld system, and everybody's like, no, Sony, don't do that. It's suicide to go up against Nintendo. And then they sold like 40 million PSPs, which admittedly is not even close to 150 million DSs, but it's way more than anyone else has ever sold against a Nintendo handheld. So it was like, okay, that actually turned out to be a pretty good idea, Sony. You did something that absolutely no one else has ever been able to do, which is to put a dent in Nintendo's handheld market share. Good job.
And didn't they also do a crazy thing with, was it the original PlayStation, the price? Where it was way lower?
They might have. But the thing that I was getting at is that, you know, the PSP turned out to be a great idea, but then they had all those marketing fuck ups with it. Do you remember All I Want for Christmas is a PSP? That thing that was totally real and not just a complete fucking shadow, like stealth marketing campaign by, oh, wait, it was? They admitted to it once they got called out. Or, hey, let's pay a bunch of graffiti artists to spray paint PSPs on buildings, but also not buy the rights to spray paint those buildings from the building owners and get fined a bunch of money. Or, hey, let's introduce the white PSP with some billboard ads that have a black woman and a white woman looking like they're about to fight. Like, I get what you're going for there, guys, but how did you think people were going to respond to that? People aren't going to recognize, oh, that's a PSP thing. They're going to think, what is this? Is this ad promoting racial conflict? Like,
they're definitely a company that you want to be a wasp on the wall, as you've so eloquently put it, where it's like, sometimes they're brilliant and other times you're like, what the fuck are you thinking?
And then when they do that stupid thing, you come in and you sting them and like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop.
They need a wasp on their board. Yeah. You know, someone to be like, that's a stupid idea.
Somebody needs to be there with a cattle prod, and whenever somebody says something stupid, they get the juice. And then Sony would be great.
Now, I will say that from a business standpoint, buying Katakawa is a smart decision. It's not a bad decision for them.
I mean,
you can't say it's a bad decision for them.
Well, it depends on how much money it costs them.
This is true. But although I have to assume they wouldn't buy it for something that they don't think that they can recoup in a short period of time. Although, you know, they did buy Bungie for $3 billion for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
The only reason I can think of that they bought Bungie is to make sure they don't go elsewhere.
Back to Microsoft?
Yeah. That's the only reason I can think of that they spent that money. They're like, fuck. They've got Call of Duty. You know, although, did they buy Bungie before?
They bought Bungie before.
Yeah, I don't know why they were so fearful that Microsoft would buy them. Unless they heard something through the grapevine.
Well, my line of thinking was always, if Halo 4 doesn't do well, Microsoft might try to get Bungie back on board.
Yeah,
you should buy them so that they can't do that.
Yeah, but did they buy them? I thought they bought them way after Halo 4, though. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't remember the exact timing, but I think it was basically Bungie's had a pretty tight relationship with Microsoft. We want to cut that off, permanently.
Yeah,
which is funny when you think about it, because Bungie just used to originally make Macintosh games.
Yeah. Bungie's a weird company.
It is a weird company. They make some good games, though.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, and then sometimes they make Destiny 2 and they say, hey, remember all that stuff you unlocked? All that stuff is gone now because those expansions are being removed.
And then they're like, oh, shit, people really liked Destiny 1. We'll just merge Destiny 1 with Destiny 2 and call it Destiny 2, even though it's got all of Destiny 1 in it.
Yeah.
Very strange decision that was. All right, let's move on. Next up, more Sony news. This one was good, though. Surprise PlayStation Portal update rolls out, which includes cloud streaming direct to the PlayStation Portal without the need for a PlayStation 5. So Sony is publishing a PlayStation Portal update that will allow PlayStation Plus Premium subscribers to utilize cloud tech to stream their games on the go, even if they don't have a PS5. The gaming giant detailed the next step for its popular portable device in a blog post today. A beta version of the streaming feature will begin to roll out with the update before the day is out, so it's out already as of this recording.
Wait, hold on a second. Who's calling this thing popular?
It is actually popular. It's selling really well, and it's reviewing very well. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That is shocking to me.
Yeah. I know a few people that have one. Most of the people that I know that have them are buying it because they have their consoles all hooked up to one television, and they have kids and a wife, and they have a family. And so when the TV's hogged,
they want a Wii U kind of situation.
Yeah. So, well, I guess more of a Switch situation. Because Wii U, you couldn't take the Wii U and play games. You'd still need the TV.
But with the Switch, you're actually taking the game system with you. With the Wii U, it's just broadcasting the video to the handheld.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, the PlayStation Portal is basically a screen with a merged into the middle of a PlayStation 5 controller.
It looks really weird.
It looks very strange.
It also looks fragile.
It does look very fragile. However, everyone says it's very comfortable, and it's the best way to play a mobile game or a console game. Mobile. I don't know what the way that would say that is. It's more comfortable than the Switch, and it's more comfortable than a Steam Deck. I guess is the best way of saying.
It kind of makes me wonder if it's that popular, and if people are looking forward to cloud gaming on it that much, how bad must Stadia have been? Because Stadia fucking bombed. Is it just that it wasn't that people hate cloud gaming? It's that people hated the Stadia experience? Like, what the hell is going on?
That's a good question. I never tried Stadia, so I can't say for sure, but I do remember a lot of nervousness going into that platform because, first of all, the idea of it was stupid. It was pay a monthly fee to use our service. Oh, and you also have to buy the games on top of that.
Yeah,
it's like,
that was terrible.
It's like, what are you, stupid? You're Google. If there was ever a company that could afford to just say, hey, pay us $20 a month and you get unlimited access to our gaming library.
Yeah, that might have
You'd be the one.
Somewhat compelling.
That would have been compelling.
I still hate the idea of streaming games. I want to have it on my device. I don't want it to be on someone else's computer and they can just say, oh, this game doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, but for $20 a month.
For $20 a month, I mean, it would be a neat way to
you can cancel at any time,
It would be a neat way to preview games.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Fuck demos. Just pay $20 a month to Google Stadia and be like, oh, this game's sick. I'm gonna go buy it.
Considering what a rental used to cost and how often you would rent games, it probably comes out to about the same.
Yeah, or cheaper. Because you could just go from one game to another as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
and, bang it out.
That could. Yeah, you're right. It could end up cheaper.
Yeah, bang out a whole library of games in a month.
And you wouldn't have to go to the store, but you'd know, like, oh, is this one worth like playing and actually having on my computer or on my console?
Exactly. Is this worth purchasing as a local copy? Yeah.
Yeah.
But they didn't
had to try and double dip.
They double dipped because they're fucking greedy, and that's why it failed. I think the actual tech was decent, but
whatever happened to "Don't be evil"? Remember when Google used to say that? Don't be evil. Doesn't that feel like such a long time ago?
Yeah, man, the 90s were such a good time.
Remember
in the
when
early
Google
2000s.
was the cool underdog?
Now they're taking over the world.
Now they're the
corporation.
evil empire.
Yeah, it's sad. So yeah, a beta version of the streaming feature will begin to roll out. Is already out, and it's available to those subscribed to PlayStation Plus Premium, which is the highest tier. Just to keep everyone aware, that is the expensive one, but it's pretty damn cool what you get for all that. This is like if I had a Portal, I'd probably upgrade to Premium just so I had that feature on the Portal. But I don't need Premium. There's not enough on Premium to warrant the extra cost, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it'll allow PlayStation Portal owners to enjoy a catalog of more than 120 games, regardless of whether they have a PS5 or not. So I mean, like, you could buy a PlayStation Portal
Yeah.
just to check out the PlayStation library. You
Yeah.
know, pretty cool.
See,
You know,
that's a good idea.
and it's
That
mobile.
that's a good idea that you don't have to, because if this was a bad Sony idea, it would have to be tied to your PS5. This is a good Sony idea where they're
Yeah,
saying, "Hey, you can just buy this thing. You
yeah.
won't be able to play every game, and it'll
No,
be streaming, so there will be some
at least
latency."
not at first,
Yeah, but
because it's in beta, so they're just starting out with 120 PS5
and
games. I'm
for
sure.
something that's in beta, 120 games, it's not bad, man.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll
So
expand that to include the PS3 library that's already streaming. You know, I don't know why it's not already in the beta, but
yeah, that's
I'm sure it
weird.
will be. Maybe they want the experience to be the best it can be, because PlayStation 3, you know, it hasn't aged well.
I didn't know that they were streaming PS3 games.
That is the only way you can play PlayStation 3 games on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 is
Yeah.
via cloud streaming, because the cell processor, they haven't figured that out.
they only contributed 1/3 to it. But
Yeah, they don't know how to emulate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is possible to do, but it is tricky.
There's a reason that they've remastered all of their PS3 games, or
Yeah,
almost all of them.
It is
they're
probably easier than
they're like, fuck it, we'll just redo
PS3
it.
emulation.
Yeah.
Now I have a PS3 emulator, and I have played the original Demon Souls on it, and it works pretty well. But like MGS4 stuff like that, it is MGS4 is playable. It is not super performant. Last I checked, it has like frame rate issues in some places. And not just like, oh, the original game on real hardware had frame rate issues. It's like, no, this is an emulation issue. Which, I mean, makes sense. MGS4 is one of the more demanding games on that system.
Yeah, for sure. What else we got here? So PlayStation Portal streaming supports up to 1080p at 60 frames per second, depending on the game you're playing and your streaming environment. PlayStation Plus Cloud Storage is also supported, meaning you'll be able to save your progress on your handheld and then jump back in right where you left off on your PS5.
If you have one.
If you have one. The cloud streaming beta will also support DualSense features, such as haptic feedback, adaptive triggers, speakers, PlayStation Portal's on-screen touchpad, etc., so on and so forth.
Can you do PS4 games with this thing as well?
You can with the not cloud feature.
Okay.
But the cloud feature that they're installing on this is just for PS5 games.
Because it just makes me think, well, if this is just being sent to you, technically, they could play any PlayStation or any game, regardless of what it's for. They could stream N64 games to this thing because it's just a video feed that's going to you. I mean, not legally, but like,
no. Well,
in terms of technology.
I don't know whether anyone's hacked it to be able to like stream from a PC or something like that, but
yeah.
I would assume not, because I think, if I remember correctly, this was the first product that used the new proprietary PlayStation Link.
Oh, okay.
Wireless stuff instead of using Bluetooth.
Okay.
So I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well that would work over Bluetooth or like.
I'm assuming
like
it doesn't.
Local Wi-Fi or something like that. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's about it. I thought that was really cool. That device is pretty damn nifty. If you
where are these articles coming from? We gotta
all IGN.
All IGN. Yeah, we gotta get better about like saying where they're from.
Yeah. All of my articles are always from IGN unless otherwise stated.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Half-Life 2's 20th anniversary has passed, and they've updated Half-Life 2, which includes developer commentary, improved graphics, and they've also released a 2-hour documentary about the game. And they also let Half-Life 2 be free for a few days. That's since expired. But I think everybody who wanted to. I'm assuming everybody who wanted to own it.
I can't imagine there's anybody who doesn't already own Half-Life 2.
Probably younger people who have never even heard of it. You know?
I guess.
But you should play it if you've never heard of Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
A lot of shit comes from that game, and it's the original Half-Life as well. So I don't have much to say on this. I haven't played the update, but I did watch the documentary. Have you watched it
I
yet?
No, I did jump into the game for
Oof.
a little bit though. It doesn't really look all that different to me,
I think it's
but
just upres from what I understand. Like the
I
textures are upres and
there's
stuff.
like probably some little tweaks. Now the thing is, they have updated Half-Life 2 over the years with engine improvements.
Hmm.
So like when Half-Life 2 launched, the fire effects were really bad. They were just like it was just like fire.gif, and you could get into a situation where you looked straight down on the fire and it would become paper thin.
Hmm.
Later with like the Half-Life 2 episodes, they had upgraded versions of the engine with new visual effects, and the fire rendering
Yes.
is one of the things they changed.
Yeah, it
They
does look like it.
ported that back into Half-Life 2 by giving it an engine upgrade. So the game has already received upgrades, and it may just be something that's incremental enough that I haven't noticed. They've also done
Yeah.
that with character models, like there's commentary nodes
Yes.
in episode 1 and 2, and one of the things they talk about is like they've upgraded Alex's model so that like her belt moves independently of her pants, because it's like she's hanging like her gun off of it, so that would
Oh, that's
change the
cool.
way it moves. Yeah, and the thing they point out, I forget who it was in that particular piece of commentary, but they said the funny thing about doing this is that if we did our job right, you'll never notice it,
Mm.
because it should just look natural and you'll never think about it.
Yeah, I remember.
But
I think I remember that from the
yeah,
documentary, you know,
yeah.
or the commentary.
Um, but maybe maybe they've backported those like episode 2 models into the original game or something, if they
It
hadn't
does
already.
actually, yeah, it does actually go into detail about what they've changed here.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that. So it says Half-Life 2 owners can enjoy a new update that adds everything from additional content to ironed out wrinkles. This includes access to the original Episode 1 and Episode 2 expansions, which have been bundled into the base
Yes, they're
experience,
now rolled into the Half-Life 2 executable.
which is great. Um, Valve adds that it has reassembled the original Half-Life team to provide commentary tracks for the entire game, which you've noted. It's also added a Steam Workshop support for easier modding.
Yeah, which is a
Um,
thing that is shocking that it didn't have before.
yeah, very weird. And Steam game recording has also been added with general touch-ups and fixes. Some of the updates include rebalanced lighting, cleaner horizons, new graphic settings for things like blood and fire, and an overhaul for aim assist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes sense. So just lots of like sort of quality of life improvements,
yeah. It
which
also
I mean they've
says
always kind of been making. Like there's almost always like a Half-Life 2 patch that comes out once or twice a year, and they're like, oh yeah,
so weird.
this little thing, we fixed it. It wasn't a big deal, but like why not?
Yeah, we had nothing to do this day.
Yeah,
We,
it's not like we're
we
making a game.
it's not like we're doing anything substantial over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says every map in Half-Life 2 has been overlooked. Overlooked. Jesus
Probably
Christ.
they probably
Has
mean
been
looked
looked
over.
over.
There
No,
you go.
I read it
Oh, that
wrong.
was you.
Apparently, I'm dyslexic now. Has been looked over by Valve's level designers to fix long-standing bugs, restore content and features lost to time, and improve the quality of a few things like light map resolution and fog.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I imagine they've probably like smoothed out like some geometry where you might get caught on something weirdly.
Mm.
Do you remember when you
The
had to
boat.
use the boat, exactly.
Yeah, the
And
boat got
you'd
caught
like
on so much shit.
you get caught, you just clip one thing and you come to a
Like,
dead
oh,
stop.
yeah,
Maybe they're like, we'll tweak that a little bit so you could kind of clip it. Who knows? Maybe I'd have to
yeah,
go back and play the level, but yeah, it used to be, at least from what I remember, you used to get
yeah.
hung up on stuff
It,
really easily.
yeah, that level is pretty janky.
Yeah.
Highly recommend the documentary. But if you're looking for any hints or nods to Half-Life 3, you
Oh
are
yeah, that's
just going to be disappointed. They do go into what would have been Episode 3, which is cool.
I assume it
Um,
has to do with the Borealis.
yeah, they do talk about the
because
Borealis.
because they show it in episode 2.
Yeah, no, they talk about that a little bit and some snow levels and um, there's some hinting about why they didn't do it. Spoilers for the documentary. It's not really a spoiler, but um, they basically, we all knew the answer of why they didn't do a third one, and the answer is basically whenever they do a Half-Life game, they want it to be a technological leap that no one's ever seen before, and they felt like episode 1 and 2 was good, but with the amount of effort and time and crunch that it took to make them, they just were like, no, they're not a big enough leap to
the curse of
them.
perfectionism.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why they never did a 3.
And then that explains why they did Alex, because they were like, nobody's made a killer app for VR yet, so we should do it. And guess what? They did.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I really want to play it, but there's no way I'm paying $2,000 or whatever it would be to have it.
I mean, there is a mod for Alex that just lets you play it like a regular shooter, but then what's the point?
Yeah,
I know. That's why I haven't done it either, because it's like, I mean, I want to play Alex, but I want to play Alex. I don't want to just play Half-Life Alex levels in Half-Life 2. I want to play Half-Life Alex.
Yeah, it's really frustrating that they don't find a way to bring that to a cheaper medium.
Bring the price of the index down. Jesus.
Yeah, I can't believe it's still full price after however many years, and they haven't come out with an Index 2. That's also kind of surprising, given we're at Quest 3 now.
I've heard talk of an Index 2, but I don't know how much of it is speculation and how much of it is, oh yeah, they're actually doing it. I'm sure they've got prototypes for an Index 2, but again, it's probably a case of we want it to be, a massive leap forward.
Well, this kind of leads into our next news topic, which
does it?
Valve is reportedly making both a Steam Controller 2 and a new VR controller.
Okay.
Valve is reportedly working on a sequel to its original Steam controller, according to an insider report per YouTuber Brad Lynch.
God, I hope it turns out better than the first one.
Yeah, it's codenamed Ibex, because reasons. Both are being tooled for a mass production goal in their factories right now. That's why I know they're in later stages of production.
Yeah. I really hated the Steam controller. I hated that fucking thing.
Yeah. It didn't do well. Since we don't have
Why the fuck would you make the D-pad just a touchpad? It's such a terrible idea.
I mean, in theory, it could have worked, but it didn't.
But it didn't.
No, it didn't.
There was already proven technology that worked. It's called a button and an analog stick.
I'm actually surprised that they released it at all.
Yeah.
They must have tested it and people liked it, but maybe they were just fooling themselves.
Yeah.
So it says we don't have too many details on controller specifics, but Lynch did say that it will look like a standard gamepad. The biggest change is reportedly the shape and size of the trackpads to get into that gamepaddy form. So it sounds like they're sticking with the trackpads.
Doubling down.
Although it does say it will allegedly have symmetrical sticks as well. So I guess you get the option of using a stick or the trackpads.
Or I could just continue to use the Xbox One controller that I have.
Yeah, that is weird. Well, I mean, I guess the Steam controller does have the sticks here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they have it, whereas the Xbox has the off. What do they call that? Off center?
Just asymmetrical.
Yeah. There's a word for it that I'm not cluing into right now, but.
Well, the word is asymmetrical because they are not symmetrical.
So then the sticks on a PlayStation controller are symmetrical?
Yes, because they're in the same position.
There's another word for it. I'll figure out what it is for next episode. I've heard it millions of times, and it's just avoiding me right now. Says Lynch also said that Valve seems to be working on a new VR controller, codenamed Roy. Roy is apparently referenced in Valve's Steam VR code and would supposedly be a wand-shaped companion to the rumored wireless Deckard headset. That's also
that's a Blade Runner reference then. Because that's the name of one of the Nexus 6s, Roy Batty, played by the late Rutger Hauer.
R.I.P.
Yep. Great movie.
Roy would reportedly double as a Steam controller gamepad when not being used with VR, including a D-pad, shoulder buttons, a set of A, B, X, Y buttons, etc., so on and so forth. While it's unclear when either of these products will be in our hands, Lynch alluded in one post that it's unlikely, specifically for a holiday 2024 release. The headset has allegedly been in the works for some time and was first reported in 2021. Though Valve already released one VR headset in 2019, the Index, as we've been talking about, it requires multiple base station sensors and a connection to a PC. Mm-hmm. Deckard allegedly would be a standalone more akin to a Quest, making it more accessible and more affordable.
Yeah, well, if they're already talking about getting these things finalized for manufacturing, probably within a year or two.
Yeah, I was going to say 2025, late 2025, probably. So that's interesting. So the VR, controller thing was the thing that made me go, why would they do that if they're not intending on putting out a new headset?
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that works out.
Yep.
All right, we are running long, so I'm gonna continue to go through this because we have a lot left. A lot left.
Yep.
This might be the longest episode, so let's keep going. PlayStation 5 Pro is out in the wild, and it's not going very well. PlayStation 5 Pro gives games such as God of War Ragnarok and Baldur's Gate 3 a big performance boost, but it's also enduring teething problems with players reporting issues in the likes of Silent Hill 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and Star Wars Jedi Survivor, just to name a few. The recently released remake of beloved survival horror game Silent Hill 2 perhaps has the most complaints, with Eurogamer having spotted a number of fans flagging that both developer Bloober Team and publisher Konami have yet to comment on graphical issues headlined by shimmering and flickering effects.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, I immediately knew something was off even without seeing a gameplay previously or even playing the game before this. That's how bad it is. I can't bring myself to play it in the state because it's so distracting. Several other games are also affected by this shimmering effect as well. Quote, I love my PS5 Pro for the most part. Most games look wonderful, but there seems to be an issue with some games. There's this weird shimmering, aliasing, whatever you want to call it. One big example is Black Ops 6. I thought my Pro was faulty or something, but it turns out I'm not the only one who noticed it. I've seen several social media posts who reported the same thing.
I think Bloober Team might have made a comment about this, but I don't remember.
Yes, they have since.
Okay.
The update was basically just an acknowledgement that they are aware of it and are looking into it, but nothing has come up since.
It's probably some kind of resolution rendering or like post-processing thing that's not scaling
I bet it's
properly.
PSSVR or PSSR, whatever that their new FSR equivalent.
Yeah.
Several other games are affected by this shimmering issue too. Quote, I love my PlayStation 5 Pro for the most part. Wait, did I read this already?
Yeah, I think you read that.
I'm one paragraph too high. Fellow PlayStation Pro owners in the comments pointed out in Spider-Man 2, Stellar Blade, and Alan Wake 2 as well, while Digital Foundry discovered what it calls severe image quality issues in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. There are severe image quality concerns when elements like foliage interact with ray tracing. The end result is a strobing image quality downgrade that makes the Pro patch difficult to recommend.
Oh, yeah. But apparently FF7 Rebirth looks amazing. So there's that, I guess.
So does Alan Wake 2 apparently looks really, really good as well when they don't encounter that foliage issue.
Yeah.
And there was another game that looked really good as well. I don't remember what it is at the moment. But
is it Horizon Remastered?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, I didn't include this trailer that went live today because it's just a trailer, but Callisto Protocol is getting a PS5 Pro patch.
Yeah.
So it's basically doing what I was hoping every game would do, which is basically it's going to have two new modes. One of them I don't care about, and I'm actually shocked that it's even in the game. I'll go into that in a second. The one that I really want is it's basically performance mode, 4K, 60 frames per second with full ray tracing.
Yeah.
That's what the PS5 Pro should be by default. Also, people have also noticed that there doesn't seem to be a naming convention for PS5 Pro graphical modes. Every company, every developer seems to name them different.
Yeah.
That's a missed thing. Like PlayStation should have just been
there should just have PS5 Pro quality and performance mode, and then just regular quality and performance mode. That's super easy to do. Just do it like that.
There was one game that Shit, I don't remember what it was now. I heard it on a podcast the other day. There's one game that came out that doesn't even have Star Wars Outlaws.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't even have a mode. It's just it recognizes that you have a PlayStation 5 Pro in and just automatically goes, okay, we got you, and it makes it look a million times better. So Star Wars Outlaws was another one that's very good with alongside Final Fantasy Rebirth.
Okay.
Which is great because that game's great. That game also got a huge patch. It
also just came out on Steam.
Oh, great. Yeah, I highly recommend the game still. I think it's great. I really want to replay it with the new content and the changes just to see. But apparently it looks way better. The other feature that Callisto Protocol has, get this, 30 frames per second, 8K.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit.
So somebody's actually done 8K.
Somebody did it. Wow. I'm not going to buy it, but
now they can put it back on the box.
They can put it back on the box. We have 8K. Yeah, I think that's the second game that's done 8K.
Oh, so, there's another one?
There was a game that was specifically made so that it could say it was the only game that was in 8K. Yeah, it was just a cheap game. Yeah, I think it was literally called like the 8K game or something like that. But it's the first like AAA game to have 8K. But I don't know why you would want to play in 30 frames per second, so whatever. All right, moving on. Another financial report. I'm getting lots of these over the last month. This one is from Capcom.
Quarter is changing over, so there's going to be quarterly reports.
Yep, loving this shit. Give me more of this shit. I love it. So this is Capcom. Capcom reports that I'm going to butcher this name. Kunitsugami?
Yeah.
Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess?
Yeah.
Failed to meet Capcom's sales expectations, which doesn't shock me at all because before I saw it on Game Pass, I'd never even heard of it. And it also looks very strange. I still want to play it because it got good reviews and I've had a lot of people recommend it to me specifically. So I do want to play it. It's on my to-play list. In a shareholder-focused Q&A reported by a GameBiz and translated by Automaton, Capcom admitted Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess missed sales targets despite positive reviews from press and players. The action strategy game based on Japanese folktales is a brand new IP from Capcom that launched on July 19th across PS4, PS5, PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series, and straight into Game Pass. IGN gave it an 8. IGN said, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is a fascinatingly fun action strategy hybrid with unique gameplay and impressive art design. According to Capcom, the game struggled due to insufficient marketing.
Yeah.
Look at that. Some dude called you out on. I haven't read this article yet. Insufficient marketing and a failure to generate buzz prior to launch.
Yeah.
There's no mention of an impact on sales as a result of the Game Pass launch, so we don't know what that did. But it doesn't sound like Capcom is giving up on the game, with plans to continue to promote the game with the aim of eventually achieving its target. While Kunitsugami hasn't done well as Capcom hoped, the company's other recently released games have met expectations, which includes Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, and Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. But there's a lot riding on Monster Hunter Wilds, the next mainline entry in Capcom's mega franchise, and early indications are that it will be a big hit when it launches in February of 2025.
Yeah, there was a play test for that, and lots of people had lots of good things to say.
Lots of people played that thing, yeah. I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? I've been sucked into the Monster Hunter hole 16 times, and every time I'm like, nope, it's not for me. So I'm just gonna accept that game is not for me.
Yeah.
Unless I hear otherwise. Unless I hear like it's been overhauled to let new players in, then I'll take it. But I highly doubt that's going to happen.
You have to take a 6-week course on the interface in order to know everything that you can do.
Exactly. It's not good when your game is harder to get into than an MMO.
Yeah.
All right, next up.
It makes me wonder why they haven't made a Monster Hunter online, like Monster Hunter MMO.
Yeah. I wonder if Wilds is multiplayer. Are they all multiplayer?
A lot of them are multiplayer, yeah.
But only with like 2 or 3 people kind of thing.
Yeah, just like I think it's like up to 4 people can play together to bring down a monster. But it seems like the kind of thing that would convert to an MMO pretty well. Like it's you're basically just going on missions and killing monsters, which is what most MMOs are.
Capcom's not a huge multiplayer company, though, really.
No.
Besides, like, Street Fighter, I guess, but...
Yeah, it's usually small multiplayer, like small groups of people, rather than huge ones.
Don't tell them to do that, because then we're going to see, like, a Capcom Battle Royale, and I just...
Yeah.
Thus far, Capcom has mostly stayed out of the stupid crap.
Yeah.
They need to stay doing
that. But imagine... Whoa, hold on.
Oh, no, don't do it.
No, but what if... No, but what if... What if all the Robot Masters from all the Mega Man games... No, then everybody would just use Metal Man then. You're right.
For an MMO?
Or like a Battle Royale or something.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, don't do that. Don't listen to him, Capcom. Stay on your course. You're doing well.
Hey, they made a Mega Man soccer game that was okay.
They did. I recently watched a Angry Video Game Nerd where he reviewed all these Mega Man games.
Oh, like the DOS ones.
Yeah, and he brought up Mega Man Soccer, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
All right, man, we got so much left. All right, let's go. Payday 3 players react to developer Starbreeze saying it will make a significantly lower level investment in Year 2 content. Payday 3 developer Starbreeze has sparked backlash after confirming plans to make a significantly lower level investment in the game's second year. Starbreeze struggled with Payday 3 after last year's disastrous launch is well documented, but its recent series of Year 1 anniversary updates were well received by players who had hoped for similarly significant updates during the co-op shooter's second year. Indeed, Payday 3's recent user reviews are mostly positive, with all reviews on mixed. However, that goodwill may now be under threat after comments from Starbreeze CEO Matt Jewell in a financial report caused some Payday 3 players to express concern that the studio was now prioritizing its Dungeons & Dragons game instead, which turns out to be true. Disgruntled players have taken to Steam reviews to let their feelings out, saying the game is dead. This time for real. Dropping this game as soon as it starts to show promise is insane. So on and so forth. They did say Payday 2. So IGN did a check comparing Payday 2 to Payday 3. Mm-hmm. On the report, Payday 2 had significantly more people playing at about 27,000 in a 24-hour peak. And Payday 3 had about 1,300.
Yeah, well, Payday 2 has got a shit ton of content.
Yeah,
there were so many expansions to that game.
Yeah, how many? How about you players support the new game instead of sitting on your ass on the old game?
Yeah, but if the old game is better, like, what do you expect?
That's true as well. Yeah. So interesting. It does seem like they're going to give up on it, which is
that's a shame.
It is a shame. Next up. Just a quick note here, because I did play this, but Ubisoft issued a surprise update for Assassin's Creed Syndicate, of all games, on Xbox Series and PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro that lets you play the game at 60 frames per second. It's a free patch. And you also get a 4K resolution mode as well.
Oh, that's nice for a game that's, like 9 years old?
So old. Like that's before... That was the last game before this series changed over to like the open world RPG style.
Yeah.
That being said, I went back and played it, and I was like, "Yeah, this is a much better way to play this game." But it still feels really old. The one weird thing that they did, I don't even know how to describe how dumb this is. So they did update the game to play at 60 frames per second. But whatever the cloth tech that they used in the game...
Oh, is still running at the old frame rate?
It's still running at 30 frames per second. So when you play as Evie... So you play as two characters in that game, Jacob and Evie. Evie has this like cloak, and the cloak flows as she runs, but it's flowing at 30 frames per second, even in cinematics.
Yeah.
So it's like, it just looks weird. But that's cool, you know. I wish they would do that for more games. You know,
here's my question: if they patched out the British accents, would you like it more?
No, that didn't. That
wasn't your problem with the game.
I know we've talked about how British accents are annoying to me. But it's an Ubisoft game, so the accents aren't that good. I don't know if you've played an Assassin's Creed game, but it's always a Frenchman trying to make an accent.
A French guy trying to do a British accent. Yeah.
So it's not great. All right, moving on. Steam has a new season pass policy. Valve is implementing some new ground rules for how developers can offer season pass and DLC content on Steam, including rules aimed at cracking down on indefinite season pass delays, unfulfilled promises, and other issues that impact players. Spotted yesterday by Steam database creator Pavel. Not going to try and say his last name. It's European. I will fuck it up royally. A new update to Steam's guidelines.
While you're ahead.
Yeah, I'm quitting. Well, I'm not going for it. A new update to Steam's guidelines outlines what season passes are, how to implement them as a developer, and what requirements developers must meet in order to offer them for sale, including a rule about committing to certain launch timings and prohibiting numerous or extremely long delays. Quote, this is in the Steam guidelines for season passes. So, quote, by offering a season pass, you are promising future content. In the process of launching a season pass, you will be asked to commit to a launch timing. I think they need to redo that. Commit to launch timing for each content release in the season pass. That launch timing is a commitment to both customers and Steam. If you aren't ready to clearly communicate about the content included in each DLC and when each DLC will be ready for launch, you should not offer a season pass.
I think that's a good decision.
I think it's a fantastic decision. I haven't encountered too many issues where I buy a season pass and was like, hey, where'd that content go?
But this is why I don't buy them, is because it's like, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, I think I've only really bought season passes for games that are like AAA, you know? I bought it for Remnant 2, because they're great at getting their content out. And I bought it for, like, I typically buy for the WWE games. Because they release packs of more wrestlers,
right?
So I'm like, I know they always do that, so I'll get that shit. Yeah, but it's good that they're cracking down on that because I'm sure it's a major problem, especially for early access games and smaller indie games that promise shit and don't get it out. It's a good thing there was never a season pass for Hollow Knight Silksong.
Oh God,
where is it? All right. Next up.
The game would need to come out for there to be a season pass.
Where is that game? I can't believe it's shocking how long it's taking now. It's absurd. Yeah. It's absurd.
Maybe it'll be a launch title for the Switch too.
Maybe it'll be a launch title for the PlayStation 7. At this rate. Good Lord. All right. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is out to overwhelmingly negative reviews.
Yeah.
The dev admits it completely underestimated excitement for the game. The hotly anticipated Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has endured a rough launch, with players reporting ridiculously long initial loading screens, lasting in some cases for hours on end.
Because it's all cloud-based.
It's a cloud-based game, yep. Things are so bad that Asobo Studios, not Asobi. Asobi is the Astrobot guys, I think.
Yeah.
It's Asobo Studios, so I don't get yelled at. Asobo's full-price sim, which Microsoft Game Studios published across PC and Xbox, went straight into Game Pass yesterday, November 19th, is now on an overwhelmingly negative Steam user review rating. Even those who do manage to load into the game are having problems, with players reporting missing content. I don't need to go into it
it's too much. Show.
Yeah, it's a complete shit show. I don't know how it's doing now, but clearly they underestimated how many people were going to play it. That game is very popular. I play it every so often.
The flight sim people love their flight sims.
Did you see the guy on IGN? What's his name? Seth Macy played this game on a 100-foot HD projection wall with a
like a full flight yoke and everything.
Yeah. Oh, he had the pedals and he had the station next to him.
Holy crap!
Yeah,
that's legit.
Yeah, he looked like he was in heaven. He's like, this is going to be very difficult to go home and play on my computer. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Yeah, I haven't played 2024 yet. It's on my Xbox, so I will play it eventually.
Well, is it on your Xbox or is it on their servers?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I noticed that it was a lot smaller than the 20. I guess the previous one didn't have a year on it. It was just Flight Simulator, which I played a lot. It's very fun. But yeah, hopefully they get that cleaned up. I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
All right. Almost through the news. Getting there. Oh. Xbox Game. Holy crap. Xbox Game Pass.
Okay, Mario.
It's me, Xbox. All right, Xbox Game Pass Wave 2 for November announced. So, for Wave 2 of November 2024, Xbox Game Pass is getting Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, which is already out. Stalker 2, which is already out. Yeah, I've played that one. Moving from Game Pass Ultimate to Game Pass Standard is Little Kitty Big City, Plate Up, and new games Nine Souls and Aliens Dark Descent. Don't know what Nine Souls or Aliens Dark Descent is, but sure.
There they are. If you've got Game Pass Standard, you try it out for yourself. Oh, Ultimate, sorry.
Yeah. So Little Kitty Big City and Plate Up are on Ultimate already and are coming to Standard. Microsoft Flight Simulator, Stalker 2, Nine Souls, and Aliens Dark Descent are coming to Game Pass Ultimate. Okay. Oh no, Aliens is coming to everything.
Okay.
This is the stupid crap that they need to avoid. Don't do this shit. Just have one Game Pass, guys. Yeah. It's annoying. Leaving Xbox Game Pass on November 30th include Conan Exiles, Coral Island, which is kind of surprising. Oh, the PC version is leaving. Because I'm like, it's on like early access on Game Pass on Xbox. So that's weird. Hello Neighbor 2, Remnant 1, Roller Drome, Soccer Story, Spirit of the North, Walking Dead the Final Season, and While the Iron's Hot. I've played all of them.
Oh, okay.
I play any game that comes to Game Pass. I play it. It's like, it's free. I'm gonna try it because you never know what's gonna hook you.
Yeah, get your money's worth.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I play absolutely everything. All right, which leads us to our final news story. We're just gonna take some time. Not as much time as I hope. I'm gonna say save your awards rant for the next for when we announce the winners.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Considering we're already at 2 hours and 40 minutes and we have the topic of the week and game 20 questions left, let's just go through the nominees and we'll talk about what we think of the winners when the show happens. And we'll do a game.
The thing is, my rant is short and to the point and makes more sense to insert here.
Okay. Yeah, go for it. Do you want me to wait until we talk about the awards and the nominees, or do you want to get it out before?
No, let me get it out before.
Okay.
I think award shows are stupid, and I don't want to talk about them. For a variety of reasons. The idea that you have to give an award to one thing and one thing only makes everything competition, and it reinforces the idea that everybody's competing against each other instead of, hey, we can all make art and we can all enjoy it and appreciate it equally but separately. And also, there's the game awards are not put on by the gaming authority that authorize. It's just Jeff Keighley's whatever, so.
Yeah, he holds a gaming media press council for the awards.
So it's like it's just one outlet. There's so many other awards out there, and it's the other thing. And this is the big issue is that we are giving them free advertising, and I think the only people whose opinions we should spend any amount of time considering on this show are our own. Jeff Keighley can get out his opinions on his show. Let's get out ours on ours. I don't think we need to talk about the nominees and stuff. So I would rather not do it. but it's your show, and so I will follow your lead. But I just want it to be said, I don't give a fuck about any award shows. I also don't care about the Oscars or the Emmys or any of that shit. I just like what I like, and if I like it, then it's the game of the year to me. And maybe there's 5 games of the year because they were 5 equally good games.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm of two minds of this. I like award shows for the developers to get recognized for their talent instead of just selling a game and it getting money. You know, you're showcased in a way.
Yeah, that but the money is what actually puts food on the developer's table.
Absolutely, but they also appreciate when they're recognized.
Sure,
as is any artist.
I can give them recognition by going on social media and saying, "Hey, I really like this game," and then when they search for that game, they can see hundreds or thousands or maybe even millions of people saying they love this game instead of one guy giving them a statuette.
This is true, but
to me, the social media feedback of just seeing tons and tons of people saying I love this game would mean so much more to me than a piece of engraved glass.
I mean, okay, so here's my question is, why do the developers even bother going? Just for the advertising?
Well, yeah, the advertising gives a big part. I mean, look, I'm sure they appreciate the statuette as well. I'm just saying that I would appreciate the accolades from individuals on a massive scale, because then it feels like I'm getting a million awards. Like if somebody says this is the best game I've played all year, man, imagine being a person who worked on that game. How good would that feel?
Would you rather that the award show be entirely fan voted?
Well, it is vote based, but it's voting from people within the industry.
Yeah. But if would you be happier if it was just entirely fan voted?
If
to be like the people recognize me.
If there was a way to make sure that it was legitimate voting, because my concern would be like all the people who like, oh no, this game has a female protagonist, it's the worst game ever.
Yeah.
If you could ensure that they were legitimate votes and not somebody gaming the system, then I'd be like, yeah, hard. Sure.
Yeah.
People's Choice Awards. At least then it's not just like people insulated in the industry. It's everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're discussing an award show idea for our own show, but for us it's much more difficult because we don't play everything each year because it's just not financially possible.
Yeah. Unless we get sponsorships, people sponsor us. We'll shill your weird crap as long as it's not gaming related, because that would compromise our ability to be objective about it.
This is true. All right, let's get into these awards. I'm going to skip over a bunch of them because we have nothing to say about them. Best esports team, best esports athlete, best esports game. Don't really give a shit.
Yeah, best content creator. Oh,
that's
God.
us. That's us.
Yeah, that's us.
That's us. All right. I don't know why this is even an award, but it should. I like the idea of talking about it. Most anticipated game of next year, I guess, is the best way of putting it. Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't even have to think about it that time.
Yeah.
GTA 6, Metroid Prime 4, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, see, and how do you pick one of those? Because there's like 3 of those that I'm really into the idea of.
I mean, like for my own awards that I've done previously in the past, I've always just been like, if I could only pick one, that's the mentality that I go in with. And, we'll talk about what we think of the winner when the awards actually come.
The thing is about like a most anticipated game is like, so what are you actually awarding?
I know. I don't think it should be.
It's what is your personal hype level at? Like, that is the most subjective.
I agree. It shouldn't even be an award. I think, which is why I said that before I even read it. I was like, it's not really an award. Best adaptation. Arcane, Fallout, Knuckles.
Oh yeah, the TV shows.
Yeah, Like a Dragon, Yakuza, which was terrible apparently.
Oh really?
I don't even know why it's on there.
That's a shame.
Tomb Raider: The Legend of Lara Croft, which I didn't even know was out yet. I'll have to watch that.
I tried watching it and it was okay. But like I've never been a hardcore Tomb Raider fan.
Yeah.
So it was like, this animation is cool, the action is kind of good, but like I'm not really that invested in Lara Croft as a character, so it didn't really grab me.
I'll try to watch Fallout and Tomb Raider before the awards topic of the week. So
Fallout is good. I liked Fallout.
Okay. Yeah. Best multiplayer game: Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, which I completely forgot came out this year.
That's Call of Duty just came out, and Mario Party Jamboree, isn't that coming out?
No, it's already out.
Oh, it's already out, but it just came out
about 3 weeks ago, I think.
Oh, so it's still new and fresh in people's the recency bias and all that.
Oh no, I think Helldivers 2 will take that hands down, but we'll see. And Space Marine 2. I'm gonna skip sports racing game because it's just all yearly bullshit. Who cares?
Yeah.
What happened to our friggin' arcade games, man? That's what I want to know. Oh, man. Best sim/strategy game: Frostpunk 2, Age of Mythology Retold, Kunitsugami, Manor Lords, and Unicorn Overlord.
Yeah, see, one of those games is just a
remake.
remaster. So
yeah, well, it's a remake. It's from the ground up. I've played it. That's the one that I told you I played, and I was like, oh shit, it's an RTS.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same game. Like,
it gets worse than that in the awards. Trust me. I don't know if you've read up on.
No.
Okay, well, you're about to get what the fucked.
Is it the DLC stuff? Because I did hear about that.
There's some more about that. Yeah, we'll see as we go up here. I don't even know why this is a. I mean, I guess it's an award. Best family-oriented game.
That's stupid.
It's very specific. Princess Peach Showtime, Astrobot, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and The Plucky Squire.
My niece does like Princess Peach Showtime.
Yeah, I played it. It's cool. It's for a younger audience, but
it's definitely
cool.
for a younger audience, and I appreciate that because she gets frustrated at games that are because she's 6, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Games for everybody.
Yeah.
Games for younger audience don't have to be garbage. You can make a AAA younger person game.
Yeah,
for sure.
And for what it's worth, Princess Peach Showtime is fun. It's just not very challenging.
No, it's very easy.
I'm 37 and I've been playing video games all my life. But that's fine. That's not for
absolutely.
me.
Best fighting game: Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. Jesus, how many of those games are there? Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, Multiverses.
Which is a weird because it's just a.
It's a collection. Yeah, it shouldn't even be in there. Multiverses and Tekken 8. Best RPG. Here's where things get weird: Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erdtree, which is not a game. It is DLC.
It is game length DLC. That would be a full length game for most other franchises, but it is.
But it's
DLC.
not a game. It should not be in this category.
Yeah, they should have just have a best expansion or DLC category.
Yes, 100%. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and Metaphor ReFantasio. Gotta say, some 4 big hitters for that category. Best Action Adventure: Astrobot, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which is sad because if that wins, where's the team?
Who's going to accept it? It'd be like
it would be Guillemot, I'm assuming.
It'd be you remember when Life of Pi won the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects, and they got a guy from the VFX team that had just been disbanded, like the company that they had hired, Rhythm and Hues. And he tried to say, hey, guys, this is great, but our company shut down because VFX companies get fucked in this industry. And then they played him off the stage.
Oh, I got to look that up.
Oh, God.
Remind me to look that up. Yeah, Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. Yeah, I assume it would be Guillemot coming out and thanking the team, which would not go over well with that crowd, I must say.
No.
And I can see Jeff Keighley sneaking a win for that game just to point that out.
Maybe
influencing the council, being like, guys, we got to give it to Lost Crown just to
maybe
I can see it. We'll see. Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws, and Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Best action game, Black Myth Wukong. Black Ops 6. Why is that an action game? I guess they don't have a first-person shooter thing, so it's an action game. Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, and Space Marine 2. Dante, why are you whining? Good lord. I don't know if you can pick him up on it.
He doesn't like the Game Awards either.
Apparently not. I think he just doesn't like me right now.
What?
He heard us talking about the Dorito Pope, and now he's all pissed off.
Oh, I have Doritos. I want some. Best VR
they are good.
Game, which had some bangers this year. Arizona Sunshine, the remake. Asgard's Wrath 2, which was the big bomber of the year. Batman Arkham Shadow, which I've heard is great as well.
Yeah, I've heard that's good.
Metal Hellslinger. I played the regular version of the game, and I wasn't really into it. And Metro Awakening, the VR.
I've heard that's good.
That's good.
Man, I know it'll never happen, but I want a Metroid VR game.
Yeah, can you imagine Metroid Prime in VR? That'd be sick.
Oh god, that'd be so good.
Normally I wouldn't talk about this category, but it had some good stuff this year. Best mobile game. AFK Journey, whatever. Balatro. Pokemon trading card game.
Which is hugely popular.
I'm playing it.
I have not seen people talk about Pokemon cards this much since Pokemon cards started being a thing.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I love it. Something called Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero. Best debut indie game. Balatro, Animal Well, Manor Lords, Pacific Drive, and The Plucky Squire. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that.
It's going to come across better in the final version, but right now the video compression is so heavy that I can barely make out his face.
It looks evil. I'm putting him down. He looked like he was going to kill me.
It did look like kind of a sinister cluster of JPEG artifacts.
Oh my god.
Or MPEG artifacts, I guess.
Crazy. You got to look that up when you when the show goes up.
Yeah.
Pacific Drive, I want to try. I picked it up and I played it, and it was really janky at launch, but they've since fixed it, so I want to try it.
I know that's not what it is, but in my head, it's like a cross between Pacific Rim and Drive. So it's like giant robots, but like neon soaked and psychedelic.
Yeah, it's a weird game. Best independent game: Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei, and the Laser Eyes, which I really want to play.
That sounds good based on the name alone.
Yeah, it's like a non-linear puzzle game. Kind of like The Witness, but like with a story, an actual story.
And not Jonathan Blow crying in a dark room because Soulja Boy and shit.
Yes.
I can't not bring that up.
Yes. No, yes. When you brought that up at 20 questions, that was funny. Does this game feature Jonathan Blow's
crying in a dark room?
That's on the bingo card for our show as well now. Jonathan Blow crying in a dark room.
Yeah.
Also on the best independent game nominees, Neva, which I haven't heard anything about. It came out and I didn't even see a review for it, so I gotta.
Would you say that you never heard anything about it? Ha 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 ha.
You are. Whoa, Pee-wee. Where'd you come from? And UFO 50, which I've heard great things about. That's the one I talked to you about the other.
Yeah, I still need to play that, but
me
Stalker 2 is here, so
Stalker 2. This is a weird award. Best community support.
Yeah,
I guess this is for like listening to the people and updating your game accordingly. Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky.
Half of those games didn't come out this year.
Yeah. Best ongoing community support for a game, I guess. Yeah, it's strange. Well, same thing with this one.
I guess technically No Man's Sky and Final Fantasy 14 would be in every year because those are both games that were rescued from disastrous launches.
I bet you $1 million if you went and looked at that category last year. They're in there. Best ongoing game, also one with only one game on the list that came out this year.
Yeah.
Destiny 2, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, and Helldivers 2. Games for Impact. This is their. I mean, I like it, but I also it's so corporate that I hate it. Yeah. This is their award for like games with
representation and stuff.
Not necessarily representation, but like a moral purpose. You know,
Jesus.
So, you know, yeah, or so, it's to bring awareness to something.
Yeah. 6 days of Fallujah.
Oh, it's on here. No, I'm kidding. It's not.
I know, but I wanted to believe.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Some of these games I haven't heard of. Closer the Distance. Don't know. Indica. Don't know. Neva. I didn't know that game had a message, but apparently it has some sort of message.
Is it never gonna give you up? It's gonna happen every time this game is named.
Did you just rickroll?
Yeah, I did.
Show? Oh,
I did.
Life is Strange Double Exposure, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Tales of Kanzara.
It's a weird category.
Yeah, it's all over the place for sure. Innovation and Accessibility. This is actually an award that I actually like. They should award, companies that put a lot into their accessibility options.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny to think like last generation accessibility options were almost not a thing, and now they're in like every game has an accessibility menu. It's crazy.
It's great.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age The Veilguard, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be like massive because sometimes it's really hard to implement certain things. But
yeah,
my checklist, my personal checklist for accessibility is you need to have subtitles not just for dialogue but also for sound effects, and also color blindness filters.
Yeah, that's very common now. Is colorblind. Yeah.
Yep. Stalker 2 has them.
Yep. I bet you. Every game I'm playing right now has it.
I've seen them added into re-releases of old games. Metroid Prime Remastered has colorblind filters.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's cool. There's a lot of people that are colorblind.
Yeah, and it's not about making it so that they can like see the game the way that everybody else does, because that's not possible.
No,
it's about making it so they can distinguish between the colors of things by giving them different colors so that they show up differently to a colorblind person.
Yeah, like if you're playing Assassin's Creed and you need to pick up a flower.
Yeah, or there's a puzzle game that's based on colors. You don't want them to you don't want the blue gems and the green gems to look the same
exactly
or whatever.
The same. Yeah, kind of hard to fix or do a puzzle when you can't see the colors. Yeah.
The original, not the original, but the Game Boy version of Tetris had a good solution to that problem, which is that blocks had a different texture to them.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah.
Which had to because it was on Game Boy.
Yeah. It's funny the solutions people come up with when there are technical limitations.
Yeah.
All right, best performance. Hannah Telley, I think is how you say her name, for Life is Strange Double Exposure. Brianna White from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Humberly Gonzalez from Star Wars Outlaws, Luke Roberts from Silent Hill 2, and Melina Juergens from Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Best audio design: Astrobot, Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2.
Well, that one would have to be Senua's Saga, wouldn't it? Because they went so hard on the audio mixing for that game.
I assume so.
That seems like an easy win.
I also haven't played like Astrobot or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Silent Hill 2. So
but I suspect when it comes in terms of audio mixing, not like soundtrack or stuff, but the way that you use audio.
Yeah.
the Hellblade games make it a central part of the experience.
It's a gameplay
feature,
basically, And that makes sense because the next award is Best Score in Music.
And then
which is Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor, Silent Hill 2, and Stellar Blade. I can't believe Stellar Blade's in there. It's just a bunch of like anime music. Like it's
is it good?
I don't know. I'm not a fan of anime.
But like, does it get you pumped up to play?
No.
Because like, there's a lot of games with music that I wouldn't listen to separately, but like in the moment, it's exactly what I want for that stage.
I mean, I didn't like Stellar Blades, so I can't really comment, I guess. Best Art Direction, Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, which I just said looks jank as fuck, so I don't know why that's in there, but whatever. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, not a game, should not be in here. Metaphor,
brilliant art direction, but it's a DLC.
Yeah, should not be in here. Metaphor, ReFantasio, and Neva. Best narrative.
No Plucky Squire?
No.
That's a missed opportunity because that game looks fucking great.
It does in 2D.
Yeah, but like this isn't best graphics. This is best art direction.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the art direction was great in the 3D sections though. It was fine. I didn't finish the game. I kind of got bored, to be honest with you.
No.
Best narrative: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth, Metaphor, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2. I don't know how Silent Hill 2 can have best narrative when it's a remake, but okay.
Yeah, but it's also the Silent Hill 2 narrative, which is a really good game.
True. Only 2 left. Best game direction, which I think is game design, the previously known as Game Design Award. Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong. Why is that in there? Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. Go away.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Metaphor ReFantasio. And Game of the Year, Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong. Why is that in there? I don't know what I'm missing with that game.
Because it was popular.
Yeah, but why though? I don't understand. I just don't get why. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Metaphor ReFantasio. So the nominees for Game of the Year and Game Direction are both the same.
Yeah.
Which is strange. And that's it. Most of the awards. So we will talk about who wins when the award show happens. It's not for a while. It's like December 13th. It's normally the first Friday of December, but they didn't do that this year, which is weird. The only time they've shifted it a week forward, the last time that happened, PlayStation had a State of Play that first week. So I'm wondering, does PlayStation have something coming that we don't know about?
Maybe.
We will see.
Or if you want to watch a show about video games with a perpetually stoned looking and bored sounding guy, you can just watch this show once I get a webcam.
Yeah. It's a future update coming to the show.
Yeah.
All right.
I promise to look as inebriated as Jeff Keighley always does. Except
he does always look a little.
He looks tired. He looks sleepy.
He's a hard worker, though. I'll give him that. He's a very hard worker. All right, let's get into topic of the week, which this week is. I forget. What is it?
It's games that escape development hell.
That's right. In Ode to Stalker 2.
This was your idea.
Yeah, this is true. It's been a long show. This is the longest show we've done, I think.
No, we're only 3 hours in.
That's normally when we end, and we're just starting topic of the week, so it's a long one.
But do you remember the first episode I was on?
Oh, that's true. It was like 4.5, wasn't it?
It was cut down to be a little bit less than that, but
right.
It was pretty long.
It was long. And we ended up talking for like 8 hours.
Yeah.
If you include the after show.
Yeah, oh god.
Yeah. We had a lot to catch up on that first show. All right, so topic of the week is games that successfully escaped development hell and were actually released. Again, in ode to Stalker 2, which has been in its own development hell for good reasons.
Yeah.
Or technically bad reasons. But
bad reasons. Well, it's been in development hell for multiple reasons.
Yeah,
because it's been there for a long time.
Yes,
but yeah.
Please watch the documentary so we can talk about it next week because I really want you to see that. It's not long.
I will.
It's really good.
For my games, I've only selected games that are good.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to talk about Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah, I don't have that on my list either.
Okay. Dude, it's been like 13 years since that game came out. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
It's fair. Well, why don't you go first? Because I have 7, and I think you only have 5.
Yeah, I have 5. So the first one was an easy one. Prey.
The original Prey or
the original
remake?
Prey, which was a game that was in development since I want to say like 1997 and didn't come out until like 2005, I think, or 2006.
Yep.
And it was good. It
was great. I loved it.
Great use of the Doom 3 engine. Really fun weapons.
The first game with portals, real portals.
It had portals before Portal.
Before Portal, yeah. Never gets its credit for that. You couldn't control the portals, but
they were there. Not a very long game, but
no, good. It's a linear corridor shooter with one of the best opening scenes in gaming history. In
the bar. The bar, and then it gets pulled up by the aliens.
Yeah, it's fucking sick. It's great. Love it. Yeah, it's a good pick. Very sad that the sequel got canceled because the idea of it sounded amazing.
The idea. Oh, and yes, it did. The fucking
bounty hunter thing.
Yeah, so not only was the story put out for the sequel, but the ending for what they would have done for the ending was put out. Do you know what the ending would have been?
No, I never heard about that.
So apparently the idea was that dying would restart you and you would be aware, like it would be a time loop thing. And, it kind of like Groundhog Day type thing, right? Where even if you die, the time loop starts over and you'd be fighting to get out of the time loop and you would finish the game and you'd be like, finally, I'm free. And you'd have like a sort of a montage of the guy getting out and living his life. And then he's on his deathbed surrounded by his family and then he dies and then it starts back up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. It's like a John or no. What's the Nolan guy's first name?
Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, it's like a Christopher Nolan ending.
Yeah.
I love it. Inception.
Yeah, that would have been really cool if they'd made that game.
That's funny though that you say that because the developers of it went on to make Deathloop.
Oh, okay. Well,
which is a game where you're stuck in a time loop.
Well, hold on a second. That's Arcane. Did they make the old Prey? Or did they make the new Prey?
I think Arcane was made of remnants of the team that made the original Prey. If I remember correctly.
All right.
I could be wrong on that. I would have to I'll do some research and I'll do a correction next week.
Well, let me look it up because I have Wikipedia open right here.
Okay.
Oh God, I needed to send Prey.
I know it was 2K that owned it, but I don't know. I'm not.
Human Head Studios, and then did they get folded into someone else?
Pretty sure Arcane was.
Oh no, they folded into ZeniMax.
Oh, that's weird.
So Arcane is different people.
Were they? Who was working on the sequel? Was it Human Head or was it?
I think it was Arcane? Human Head. Yeah, because I'm looking at. Canceled Prey 2.
I wonder if they had like documents that Arcane got to look at.
Maybe, maybe that inspired Deathloop. Who knows?
Yeah, it's cool. All right.
Oh, they also made Brink.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that failure.
Oh, and Defiance. Oh.
Ooh, yeah. Another one of those attempts at merging TV and video games.
That game looked okay, but I played it. I had a feeling it probably wasn't going to do very well.
No, the TV did better than the TV show did better than the game.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think it was on for 2 seasons. Let's see. Mine. My first one's going to be The Last Guardian.
Oh yeah.
This was Sony Japan Studios, makers of Shadow of the Colossus and Ico.
Yeah.
Last Guardian with Trico, the big bird dog thing. God, that game took forever.
Yeah.
And it came out to mixed reviews. My experience was much different than everyone else's. Everyone else seemed to have issues with the bird dog not really listening to you and having like a bunch of jank with jumping and all this kind of stuff. And for whatever reason, I had 0 problems on my first playthrough.
Oh.
And I absolutely loved it.
Okay.
And then I went back to play it like a year or 2 later, and I had all the problems that people were reporting.
So you just got lucky.
Huh. Yeah, I got real lucky. So, my memories of that game are very, very positive. I loved that game, and it sucks that not everyone got to experience it the way I did, but
yeah,
it happens. I'm kind of surprised that game never got like a 60 frames per second update.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. Unless it did, and I'm just not aware of it.
Maybe.
All right, what's your second one?
Team Fortress 2.
Yeah.
That game was in development for 9 years. And it was very different initially. First of all, it was going to be running on the original Team Fortress engine, the Gold Source engine, like Half-Life 1. And it was going to be much more serious and have a more realistic look to it.
Yeah, that changed.
Yeah, they had screenshots and everything out there. And then they said, fuck that. And they made the game that we now know today, which is awesome. So
I never liked it.
Really?
Yeah. For whatever reason, that game came out and I stuck with TFC.
TFC is good.
Yeah, I love the original Team Fortress. I think it's better. I don't know why, but I could never get into the way that TF2 felt. I don't know. It just wasn't for me. But it is obviously super popular.
Yeah.
Let's see, my second one. I'm going to go with LA Noire.
Oh, is that in development hell?
It took a long time, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Who is the developer? Oh, shit. Let me look it up real quick. They don't exist anymore.
That's a shame.
Studio. Who was it?
Bondi. It was published by Rockstar, right?
Yeah, published by Rockstar, but developed by Team Bondi, or Bondi, depending on who you ask. But there was a lot of problems at that studio, and the game sold decently, but there was a lot of problems like within the studio itself.
Oh, so it wasn't a financial thing; it was just
no.
Okay.
There was a major. I don't remember the specifics, but there was definitely like an atmosphere problem and a leadership issue and maybe some bullying and stuff like that. So I don't remember the specifics, but yeah.
Didn't they put out a VR version of that game as well?
Yep, the VR Files is what it was called. I never played it, but yeah, I loved LA Noire. I thought it was fantastic. Terrible ending. But the rest of the game is
the
wonderful.
Structure of that game is a little weird because isn't it just like
it's linear,
just kind of vignettes, like cases just kind of come up, and at least early on in the game, I think.
It's linear. It's just it's chapters. Chapter 1 is this case, chapter 2 is this case, and you just keep going forward.
Yeah.
Why they chose to make it an open world, I'm not entirely sure because there was really no point to it.
Yeah.
It should have just been a linear game, but I think that comes with development hell. I'm sure there's reasons.
Yeah, probably like scope issues. Like maybe it was an Alan Wake situation where they had a much grander idea, and then had to tone it down. Although Alan Wake came out of that pretty much unscathed. Like that game is still great.
Yeah, I love LA Noire. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's very difficult though. There's definitely some issues with the writing. I think there's one mission in it. I could be wrong on this, but I think there's one mission on it that you can't succeed on.
Oh, really?
I think it's one of the. It's either the last mission. No, it's not the last mission. It's like it's somewhere in the middle where there's like 3 people that you have to figure out who did it, and it's no matter who you pick. Basically the way that game goes is if you pick the right person, you get rewarded for it by your chief in the precinct, and if you pick the wrong person, they'd like yell at you for being like an inept detective.
Yeah,
and I think for all 3 of them, he says that you're an inept detective.
Maybe it's like a supposed to lose thing for story reasons or something like that.
It never felt that way. It always felt like, why? Who did it then? I don't understand. Like I played it multiple times through, and I was always like, I don't get it.
Maybe they just pick one at random every playthrough.
Could be. My gut tells me that they forgot to, or not forgot to, but like fucked up the code to trigger the proper response from your
That's possible.
Your dude. But who knows? But it's still a great game. I love it. It's got boobs.
All right.
Dead boobs, but boobs.
Oh, well then.
Yeah. There's like a million naked corpses in this game. It's weird.
That's not a value add.
No, it's not. But you mentioned that you can get titties everywhere, so
yeah, but that like that makes me not want to play it. I don't want to see dead titties.
Yeah, dead titties and dead vag are in that game.
Oh no!
Yeah, there's full nude in that game. I think it's only women, which is weird.
Yeah.
But well, you're solving murders, so, and they're all naked for some reason.
Can I move on? Can we go? Can I just do my next one, please?
Yes. What's your next one? Move on from the titties.
Metroid Dread.
Oh yeah. That's a mystery to me, though. It's like, was that game ever real?
Yeah, Nintendo filed a trademark for it back in the DS days. So they were at least planning for it. I don't know how long it was in development for, but they clearly had designs on it, even a while ago.
That's one I'd love to hear a documentary on.
Oh yeah.
What was the idea behind this, and why did you let it sit for so long without saying anything?
Yeah, but I mean, it turned out great. So if that was the time it needed, that game was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I don't think it's the best Metroid 2D, but I do think it's great. It's absolutely great.
It's hard to top Super Metroid. I would say that it's better in some ways and not in others.
Yeah.
But I would say that overall it's probably Super Metroid's equal. Like when I think about how much fun I had with Metroid Dread, dude.
Oh, I know, it's fun. It's great. I had a great time with it. The final boss is really hard, which is good because they typically are not in Metroid games.
Yeah, the bosses in that game were really challenging, but they were challenging in a way that was always feasible. I really enjoyed that.
Yep, absolutely. My number 3?
Yeah.
Yes, my number 3. Diablo 3.
I considered putting that on here, but I didn't because I knew that you would.
It's one of my favorite games of all time, so it's hard not to put it on there. I mean, that game escaped development hell, but barely escaped being launched.
Yeah.
That game launched with some pretty shitty shit in it, and
then they fixed it, and it was great.
Yeah. I think we talked about this game on a previous topic of the week.
We brought up the auction house.
The auction house,
all that shit. Yeah.
So I won't go into it, but it was in development for the gap between Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 was tiny in comparison to the gap between 2 and 3.
Yeah, it was like 3 years, and then Diablo 3 took like 12 years to make.
Yep.
Or 12. Yeah, they went through 12 a couple years between Diablo 2 and 3.
Yeah, the original design of Diablo 3 was more like Diablo 4.
Yeah.
And they actually pulled the scope back, which was good, because Diablo 3 is better than Diablo 4. Fight me.
Yeah.
All right, what's your next one?
So my next one is a little bit different.
Okay.
Because it's not exactly a game that was in development hell, so much as it is a game that escaped one hell only to land in another. And that is the Mario Artist games. Because they were released for the 64 disk drive.
I don't even know what these games are. What
they're
games?
basically the next generation version of Mario Paint.
Oh.
There was a Paint one. There was a 3D modeling one. There was one more. I think it was like a music utility, and they were like separate games, but they were all under the Mario Artist umbrella. And they did come out, and they exist. They were released, but they're only on the 64DD, which is like, who the fuck has a 64DD?
Only people in Japan, apparently.
Yeah.
And if that.
Yeah. I mean, you could get them to run on emulators, which is cool, but like, what a misstep.
Yeah. Yeah, the 64DD was as bad as the 32X on Genesis.
I would argue that it's worse because, like, the 32X, like, it had some stuff that was good. Like, Knuckles Chaotix is fine. Star Wars on the 32X is fine.
That's true.
But, like, the 64DD, like, everybody pretty much just canceled their 64DD games and just made them N64 cartridges. So there wasn't really all that much left that was good.
Yeah, that's yeah. All right. This is my last one?
No, this would be your fourth one.
Fourth one. BioShock Infinite.
Oh, yeah.
God, that thing took forever to come out. I remember being so hyped for that initial trailer with Booker and... Was their name Emily?
Oh, no. Oh, fuck.
I thought it was Emily. No.
No.
Booker and...
I'm going to have to look it up.
It's a good thing we're not doing trivia today.
Elizabeth.
Oh, jeez. I knew it started with an E. Elizabeth, yeah. It started with them running on a bridge, and they got, like, ambushed by... What's those big dudes with the big hands? Mechanical Man? I can't remember what they were called.
I fucking forget.
Yeah. But it was an amazing opening trailer, and then it took forever for the second one to come out, which was the one with the bird flying around, and I was like, oh, shit. And seeing the Skyhook stuff, I was like, holy shit, I need this game. And, yeah, it took forever to come out, but it did, and it was amazing. I still stand by that it's the best BioShock game, but, you know, what do I know? Now, if only we would get Judas. Come on, Judas. Where are you?
So, my last one is Mother 3.
Oh, I didn't know that one was a development hell one.
Yeah, that was going to be an N64 game. Remember Earthbound 64?
Wait. Oh, Mother 3. That's when they came out on GBA, right?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
and then they eventually rebuilt it as a GBA game, and it was great. And they still haven't released it in North America.
It's super strange.
It's
super
so
strange.
Like they know that people love it. They've acknowledged it, and yet they're just like, nope.
That's like, the Mother series for Nintendo is like the Bloodborne game for PlayStation. It's like, why? Yeah. What do you not like? Are you on crack?
Yeah.
Especially since Nintendo's got Nintendo Online now. Just put it on there.
Yeah, they should have put it out on the GBA in North America back in the day. Failing that, they should have put it on the Wii U Virtual Console, because that's where they put Earthbound Origins. You know, the NES game. So what the fuck, guys? Come on.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Nintendo's weird.
Yeah, Nintendo's weird.
I think I have 2 left. Yeah, I have 2 left, because you took one of mine, Prey. I had Prey on my list.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say Spore.
Oh, yeah.
That game took fucking forever.
Sure did.
And then it came out, and it was fine.
It was people, fine. Oh god, the hype back then for that game was so high. It was like, oh my god, it's gonna revolutionize games, and it came out. It was like, it's fine.
Yeah, for those that didn't live through it, it basically had the hype of like Halo 3. Like it was like, this thing was going to be the next big thing, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
I think I've mentioned it on the show before, but yeah, the game sucks until you get to the space, and then it's fun.
Well, the character creator is fun because you get to do all that. Like, there's so much you can do with it. But
you know what the character creator reminds me of, actually?
What?
Is No Man's Sky vanilla.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Jank T-Rex.
The fucking video I showed you.
Yes. The T-Rex. You can create that guy in Spore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good lord.
maybe that's where they got the idea from.
Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah. My other one was Final Fantasy 15, which started out as versus 13.
Yeah, I considered putting 15 on the list, but I also you don't like that game. I don't like that game, so I didn't play it very much, so I don't have much to say about it.
Yeah. I've continuously wanted to go back and play that game, but so I don't know. For whatever reason, I can't do it.
Final Fantasy 16 does everything it does better.
Yeah, it really does. 16. Oh my god, I can't wait to replay that game. Can't wait.
I can't wait to buy that game.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to replay it when the DLC's out now. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Maybe it's not out. But if it is,
if it was, it probably would have been nominated for a Game Award.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for it to come down in price.
I had to remove the demo from my hard drive to have space for Stalker 2.
Yeah, that demo was huge.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time to at the end of the check off the timer for the time code.
That's what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm stalling.
Yeah.
It's time for video game 20 questions.
And
this week
I have selected the game.
You have, sir. You have. And
I hope need to get back to the correct Wikipedia page. There we go.
Okay. And I hope you've thrown me a bone this week, because I am 2 for 5 versus you're 4 for 4.
I mean, I think that I have, but I gave you Bubsy, and I thought that would be an easy one.
Hey! I gave you Psychonauts and Meteos. I'm just saying.
You did.
I did. So I hope this is something I can get. I don't want to feel more stupid. But let's let the questioning begin.
Yeah.
Did this game come out on or after January 1st, 2010?
No.
2000?
No.
Ooh. Is this a 90s game?
Is that a question?
Yes. Did this game originally release in the 90s?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure it was 90s and not 80s. Because if it was 80s, I'd be flucked.
That's why I picked a 90s game.
All right. Was this exclusive to a... hold on. Was this exclusive to a console?
Yes.
Was it exclusive to the Super Nintendo?
No.
Was it exclusive to Genesis?
No.
Whoa, so that could be either PlayStation, N64.
It could be a late NES title.
It could be a late NES title. Dreamcast? Yeah, $99.99. Was this for a 3D based console?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not NES, but it was exclusive. Was this a PlayStation 1 exclusive?
Yes.
Whew. Okay, what am I at after all that?
By my count, you were at 8.
Okay. PlayStation 1 exclusive. Was this developed in Japan?
Yes.
Is this an RPG?
No.
Ooh. Yikes. Okay. Is this a fighting game?
No.
Ooh. Ouch. Okay. A Japanese developed PlayStation game that's not an RPG and not a fighting game, and it's exclusive to PlayStation 1.
That still leaves a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of Japanese. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Getting some. Is this part of a series?
Yes.
Hmm. Um, is Capcom the developer?
No.
Fuck. I knew I should have went with multiple developers. But I was so convinced. I got trapped on Developer Island last time. I'm wondering if I should skip that one. Ooh, I never asked if it was Sony. Developed by Sony. What the hell did Sony develop back then? That is a good question.
You should skip developers.
Okay, developer
my
hell.
hint to you.
All right, skip the developer hell. Why do I always get games that are trapped in that hell? Okay,
you will not guess this developer.
That's a problem. It's a Japanese developer, but I won't guess it. That's real strange. Okay. I think I need to figure out what this genre could be. Not being able to guess the developer is causing me issues.
You could. I just don't think you're. I think you're going to waste a lot of questions on it.
It's clearly not a main developer. That's a problem. Man, there's so many Japanese games that I'm thinking of that are RPGs or fighting games. I was thinking maybe Devil May Cry, but was that PS2? That may have been PS2.
That's a PS2 game.
But that's also Capcom. PlayStation 1's really a blind spot for me because I only owned it for a year before I went back to N64. I think I've told that story before.
Yeah.
Is this no, it wouldn't be. There's no way.
I will say this is a game that I'm pretty sure you know of.
Yeah. Man. I think this is a stupid question, but I gotta ask it anyway. Is this a licensed game?
No.
I figured. Okay.
That actually eliminates a lot.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. But I figured it wasn't, so it's not super helpful, but
yeah, but it still confirms and gets a lot off the board.
Yeah, I need to get stuff on the board though.
Well, process of elimination is one of the ways. You just you have everything on the board and then you knock the pieces off.
A PlayStation exclusive. Do you play this game? Can you see the character that you're playing as in this game?
Yes.
During gameplay. Yeah. Okay.
That is 15.
Oof. Okay, I got to be strategic here. Oh man. Man, it can't be Metal Gear Solid because I would guess Konami. But you said not to go for developers, so I don't want to ask that because I know I'll waste it. You can see your character, but that is part of a series. It is third person. It is exclusive. Could be Metal Gear Solid. You wouldn't pick something that easy though. And yeah, you said I'm pretty sure you know it. I'm pretty sure you know I know Metal Gear Solid. Okay, so it's not Metal Gear Solid. Balls. It's not Capcom, so it can't be that. Damn. Is this a? Do you? I got a few questions left. Do you use a gun to shoot things in this game?
No. I will say this is something that only one or two questions would make incredibly apparent to you. You are closer than you think. It just takes the right question.
Oh man, what question haven't I asked? Ooh, that's not a question. The series part is screaming at me. That's a fighting game. Uh, no. But, Is this would you consider this an adventure or puzzle game?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
Okay. It sounds like story is at least somewhat important, maybe. I'm trying to. I guess it depends on which you went on. Adventure or puzzle. It's not adventure or puzzle. Then it's gotta be. But you're not shooting anything.
You have 2 questions and a guess.
Are you? Is the main gameplay loop you committing acts of violence?
Yes. The hardest yes I could possibly ever give you.
An extremely violent PlayStation 1 exclusive. I should be able to get this.
That was one of the questions that could help you crack this wide open, by the way.
I should be able to get this. An extremely violent. See, I was thinking Bushido Blade, but I know you would consider that a fighting game, so I don't.
It is a fighting game.
Yeah, so it's not Bushido Blade. Extremely violent third-person viewpoint game on PlayStation 1. Oh my god. I know it. I know it.
Yeah.
Bloody games. Okay, so if is this a violent game? One of the 2 questions that would help me get to it. What's the other one? I have 1 question and a guess.
Yeah, I have 1 question and a guess.
Ballsack.
You are so close to getting this.
What is the other question that it could be? And it's a series that's ultra violent.
Mm-hmm.
I should know that. I mean, Mortal Kombat comes to mind, but there's no way that it's Mortal Kombat because it's a fighting game.
Right. And it's Mortal Kombat is not a Japanese game. If you only realized how close you've gotten to this, how many times you have danced around it.
Oh, man. What does that mean? An ultra-violent PlayStation 1 exclusive that is a series. Why can't I think of violent games right now? I can only think of 2 violent games in my head: Mortal Kombat and remember Mad World on Wii?
Oh yeah.
Hold on, give me a sec to go into the Mind Palace here.
Yeah.
Ultra-violent. Oh.
You might have something.
No, that's not Japanese. No, I don't have it. Definitely not a Japanese developer. I gotta refocus on that. I think an ultra-violent Japanese developed game.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's screaming at me right now.
Yeah. I will tell you, those are the things to focus on.
Yeah. Japanese ultra-violence. What the fuck am I missing in my brain right now?
Japanese ultra-violence is the kind of phrase that you could put on the cover of this game as a tagline.
Oh no. Oh no, son. I know this game. I know I do. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm, you do.
It'll come to me.
Yeah.
It'll come to me.
I think you can get this one.
I can.
If I was able to get Meteos with my 20th, you can still do this 100%.
I am wondering what that other question is, though.
Well, it's not a specific question. There's a variety of questions you could ask that would immediately tell you.
Man. I'm trying to picture ultra-violent games on PlayStation. Wait, hold on. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he might have something.
No, I don't have anything, but I might have a question that might help me.
Okay.
Because I can't really think of another question that would. And I'm trying to think of how to phrase it to make sure I get the most out of it. Did a game in this series release on the PS4 or PS5?
No.
Oh.
But you know how far this franchise extends, not as far as the PS4 or PS5.
I do, yeah. So that's what I was trying to get my brain to do, was to look at. Don't try to remember the PlayStation 1 game. Remember the PS2 game, or the PS3 game, or PS4 or PS5. I was hoping if it was more recent, I would have some recency bias in my head. But since it didn't come out on PS4 or PS5, that means it might have came out on PS2 or PS3. So, Trevor, think of an ultra-violent Japanese-developed game on PS2 or PS3. There's Manhunt.
Would you like a hint?
Not yet. Not yet. There's Manhunt. I was thinking GTA.
Manhunt is not a Japanese game.
I know. I'm ruling them out as I'm speaking them. Yeah. Yeah, GTA was ultra-violent, but not Japanese. Ultra-violent. Oh, I don't have any more questions left. Fuck.
Nope. That's why I offered you the hint.
All right, I'll take the hint.
There was a game in this franchise released for the PS2.
There was.
It's not the one I'm thinking of, but one of the games in this franchise was on the PS2.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that. I figured that part. I was questioning whether it was on PS3, but PS2 seems to make sense. But what was ultra-violent on PS2? Why can I not think of anything? Twisted Metal was not Japanese developed. It was Japanese published. I'm pretty sure Twisted Metal was made by Santa Monica. But it was ultra-violent, though. But I don't think that's it. It does fit the criteria, except for the Japanese developer part. Pretty sure it wasn't.
Also, there's guns in Twisted Metal.
That's true. You do shoot things. Fuck. Oh my god. It's on the tip of my brain.
You can still get this. If I was able to get Meteos, you can get this one.
The weird thing is that you were kind of confused as to whether you would consider it an action or puzzle game. You were hesitant.
Would you like a hint about that or clarification for that?
Sure.
It is not a puzzle game, but you do have to figure things out. It does involve being clever. At least being clever is recommended.
Okay, well, it's not Silent Hill because there was the remake that just came out. So it couldn't be that series. Mm-hmm. It's not Resident Evil. The hell's ultra violent but has puzzles?
I didn't say that it had puzzles.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right.
I said that you had to be clever.
Why can't I think of it? Oh, no.
You've come so close to it.
I know what it... I know it.
Yes.
I can picture blood splatter.
Yeah.
Something in my brain.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it's from.
You're going to be so mad at yourself if you don't get this.
I know. This might be the first one that I'm mad at myself. The other ones I'm like, oh, yeah, I probably wouldn't have got that. This one I know I can get. I wouldn't even be surprised if I own this game.
You might.
So I should know it. If I own it, I should know it. If I own it, I don't know if I do. I want to look behind me really badly. I know I don't own the PlayStation 1 version. There's no way. Because all I own on PlayStation 1 is Future Cop. I think that's it. I think Future Cop's the only PlayStation 1 game I have.
Punch that one off the bingo card.
Future Cop,
LAPD mentioned.
Yep. Yeah, PlayStation 2. Well, I can't think of very much violent on the PlayStation 2. Why is that? Why is that? I think I might have to hate myself. I can't think of anything. I know I probably know it, but I don't. It's not Castlevania. It's not. Oh. No. That's. Wait, who made Castlevania? Konami. Yeah, I would have figured out. You wouldn't send me away from developer if it was Konami. Yeah, just because we're almost at 4 hours, I think I'm gonna hand it off to you. I think okay. I'm gonna unless you have another hint that could throw me in the direction, but I don't think it will.
Here's the thing. You mentioned Bushido Blade. You mentioned Metal Gear Solid. And earlier in the episode, you even mentioned the developer, Acquire.
What did they make?
Here's a hint.
No, hold on.
The name of
Acquire. What did they make? I literally talked about an article about them. Acquire made. Let's see. Kawakawa had FromSoft, and they had the RPG Maker guys. They have the Danganronpa guys, but that's Spike Chunsoft. And they had what is that other game? Don't tell me it's the other game that I said earlier today.
Is it? Not mentioned this game earlier today. No.
Okay, so it's not that game, but it is that team, Acquire. What was the game that I mentioned that they made today?
I forget, but it wasn't this one.
No, I know that. If I knew what they made, I might be able to figure it out. I want to feel some goodness. Oh no, it wasn't Armored Core. That's FromSoft. Mm-hmm. What did they? Oh no.
There is a From Software connection though, because From Software published one of the games in this franchise.
Oh. Acquire made Octopath Traveler. But I don't know what they made before that, actually. An ultra-violent game from Acquire?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just tell me, end my suffering.
Then you don't want any more hints? Just for
sure. Kill me slowly.
Or would you like to be killed fast?
Kill me slowly. Kill me slowly.
Really? Because that's not what this game is about. This game is about killing people fast. When they least expect it.
Oh yeah, I'm fucked, man.
You might say that you perform assassinations stealthily.
What? Maybe I don't know this game. A stealth assassination game. I mean, Tenchu?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. It's Tenchu.
I would. So I did actually think of that game at one point, but I don't remember it being ultra violent. But now how do you?
It's a game where you assassinate people. How would you not describe that as ultra violent?
Well, I'm thinking like. I mean, that's violent. You're killing people, but I would call it ultra violent.
Sticking your sword at them and then pulling it out, and a spray of blood comes out.
Oh, that's the spray that I was thinking of.
Remember when I said yeah? It's as ultra violent as you could get on the PS1.
I did not know they made Tenchu.
Yeah, in
that's
fact,
crazy.
I think it might have been their first game.
Wow.
Let me take a look. Yeah, it was their first game.
Wow, I never would have guessed. I mean, I would have guessed Tenchu.
This is why I told you not to chase after the developer.
Yeah, I never would have put those two puzzle pieces together. If I had I asked if it's a stealthy game, I may have gotten it.
If you could have asked, do you use swords? You could have asked, does this game take place in the distant past? Questions like that.
Oh man, that's a great question. When does this game? Location. That's a great question.
If you had said, does this game take place in feudal Japan? You would have had it immediately.
That's very specific, though.
Yeah,
that's question.
There are several games on the PlayStation that take place in feudal Japan. If you had asked, do you wield swords in this game? Your brain would have gone, well, it can't be Bushido blades because that's a fighting game. But then you would have thought, wait a minute.
I did think of at one point asking if it's melee combat.
Yeah, that would have been another one that would have.
But the reason I didn't ask was because I assumed it was, and I assumed I was stupid and didn't think of what it was. Tenchu came across my mind like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. I told you could have gotten it, and you were so close.
Yeah. Damn. Fuck. That one's gonna sting.
That was yours to lose.
Yeah. No, that one's gonna sting. Fuck. Yeah, I never would. That not knowing the developer. I guess thinking about it, I don't know who I would think that made that game. So that should have clued me in. Yeah. Actually.
Yeah. Well, all right. In the North American release, you barely see their name. You see Activision and you see Sony Music Entertainment Japan, but they're only Acquire is only in the copyright data on the title screen, I think.
That's crazy. Wow. Mm-hmm. Well, all right. Thank you for giving me a game I could have got. That's on me. That is on me. All right. We are nearly at 4 hours. So it is not the longest episode, but
I think it might be. Depending on how much dead air gets cut out from...
We don't do that anymore.
Oh, we don't do that? Then it will be the longest. I think our longest one was 3 hours and 54 minutes.
Oh, breaking the record here today. And it's my fault for not remembering Tenchu. Yep. Because I could have got us there. I have
discovered there is a way for me to look at the time code on this. I just can't be on the chat window. I have to be on the people window.
Oh yeah, it's up at the top. I didn't even notice that. It's hidden under my my stand for the light.
Yeah.
I have a time code below our screens. There's a time. That's where I get the time code from. All right. Nice job. Thank you for throwing me a bone. Throw me another one next week. Maybe at some point. Maybe that's just the difference between you and I. I got to give you mediums and hards, and you got to give me easies because I can't get them. I can't get them. I thought I was a lot better at this than I am. I don't know what to tell you. Just a failure. Just a failure. All right. If you want to follow us on Twitter, we are at co-op_entertain. But we would much more appreciate you to just subscribe to our YouTube channel. That is where we want you to be.
Or find us on BlueSky. We're both there.
Yep. At TJ-Leo on BlueSky.
And at ninjas.bsky.social.
You really want to include that shit, eh?
Yeah, because some people have like different domains. I want to make sure that it's specific.
Oh, so you're saying there might be a TJ-Leo at bullshit.com.
I mean, somebody could do that. You know, I actually saw somebody on there with the name TJ Wolf.
That's a cool name.
I thought about, hey, you could start like if you ever need to get rid of me, you could find other people with TJ Animal
and the TJ Network.
Yeah.
TJ Entertainment.
Yeah. Why not?
We could have changed your name to a code name. You could have been TJ Asshole.
Oh, great. What is that, like tongue job? See, this is why you shouldn't do that.
I'm sorry, that was uncalled for.
Hey, you're the one who called me an asshole.
Yeah, I know. That was uncalled for. That's on me.
If you want to email us, code.op.podcasts@gmail.com.
Don't forget to comment, like, share, subscribe. Click here to subscribe.
Did you know if you say like, now they also highlight the thumbs up in YouTube?
Like.
They only do it for the first one.
Fuck you. And if you missed the last episode of Press Pause, a gaming podcast, it's down here. Are we going to make 4 hours? Let's go.